and each country wants to preserve its own water resource. So they are trying to construct dams in their own native land. So the sharing of the water has become a very big problem with the internationally, with the China, with the Pakistan and Bangladesh. So how to build a dialogue where we can amicably share our water resource so that all countries could prosper, that is internationally. But when it comes to within India, there are also problems of sharing water between the different cultural states. For example, down south in the peninsular India, we have the states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And the main water resource for South India is the river Kaveri, and that originates in the state of Karnataka, but it flows into Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry and Kerala. So now today, because of the scarcity of water, Karnataka is constructing dams to preserve water for the state itself, and that affects the neighboring states like Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. So there is so much of infight between the states. The farmers are agitating, and there is a lot of discard and the interstate problems of water. So that's why this kind of forum in which we need to bring awareness, the importance of sharing water through the process of dialogue and intercultural exchange. It's a very vital today. So I would like to bring the attention to this forum so that you can take into international bodies how not only internationally but even within the country the interstate problem connected to water. So as I understand, when I made my study how culture influences, how water influences the cultural difference. For example, if you take the peninsular India, from South India, Kerala, in the western part of the peninsular India, there is a Western Ghats running along the different states towards northwest, that is to Maharashtra, that is Bombay. So the eastern portion of the Western Ghats is a rain shadow, and the western part of the Western Ghats gets plenty of rain. The rain starts, the pre-monsoon water starts, rain starts from end of March. It goes up to September, and the returning monsoon, they call it, it starts from October till maybe January. So the western parts of India, the western peninsular India gets plenty of rain, but the eastern parts is a rain shadow. And how this affects the culture of these two states, it's a very interesting study, the ecology. So as I see, the first thing for human beings is we need to live. So in order to live, we need to take care of our food, that is the basic foundational dimension. Then we need to relate with each other, the social dimension. Then we need to give meaning to human life, that is the other part. So the three important dimensions of human life: the physical need to sustain oneself, and then social relationship, and then the beyond, the world beyond, the meaning giving system. All these three are very much linked and connected to water. That is my point of view. So when I take a case study of these two states, I begin to see, for example, in the western part of peninsular India, there is Kerala, Mangalore, Goa, this area gets plenty of rain, and because of this, they have their agricultural activity, we can call it anthropologically, it has developed horticultural economy. Horticultural economy. On the other side, the eastern portion of peninsular India, since there is it's a water rain shadow, there is a lack of water, so they have developed agricultural economy. So the economy, horticultural economy, and the agricultural economy, the source is coming from the availability of water. Since the western portion of the Western Ghats gets plenty of rain and very rich soil, they are able to have cash crops, like for example pepper, arecanut, coconut, cardamom, spices. But on the other hand, the eastern side, because of the lack of water, they can only cultivate a near water resource, so they have agricultural economy. And these two shapes the mentality, outlook of life. For example, when we begin to say horticulture, like pepper, arecanut, rubber, cardamom, cocoa, these require less labor. So it is labor free. On the other hand, agriculture is labor intensive. So if you have, for example, 5 acres of rubber cultivation, you may need just 2 or 3 employees to tap the milk of the rubber plants. But on the other hand, if you have got 5 acres of land, when you cultivate, say, paddy, you may require more than 50 laborers. So it is, one side is labor intensive, another is labor free. And secondly, very important aspect is the second aspect of the human life is social relationship. So in the western parts of India, where there is plenty of water and the climatically conducive, they build their houses along with their land. So each house is built along with the land, so it is scattered homesteads in the Western Ghats. But in the eastern portion, there is huddled settlement because of lack of water. They build their houses together. So the mentality, the outlook, the culture what they built in the Western Ghats is very different from the Eastern Ghats. So the main reason I begin to see is ecological reason, and water becomes very, very important aspect of it. So, and also when we begin to look at the meaning giving system or the aspect of the spirit world, if we begin to see the Western Ghats, where there is plenty of water, they do not have temples for water deity. In the eastern portion, where there is lack of water, every village has a temple for water deity. So they begin to pray to this water deity, please give us rain. But in the western portion, since there is plenty of water, this need is not found. So what I want to say by this is, water becomes the source for cultural life. So the eastern portion of the Indian peninsula, southern part, we begin to see the way Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, where they have organized their culture, is more collective. And the western parts, it is more individualistic. And I may project this globally. For example, we begin to say the Asia, as Karl Marx would say, now the Asian mode of production is related to the availability of water resource. And in the western part of the globe, say Europe, another western world, it is more individualistic life. But in the Asian life, it is more collective. For example, the villages are close together. Their sharing of life is much more intense. So For example, if we begin to say, if there is a wedding, if there is a marriage in the eastern part of peninsular India, it is a village wedding. Or if there is a death, it is every member in the village shows solidarity, and it becomes a village affair. So whether it is marriage or whether it is death or any important event, it becomes a collective event culturally. But in the western portion of the peninsular India, if it is a marriage or death, it becomes a family affair. Maybe the relations, they come closer. So what I am stressing the point is how water plays an important role in shaping the culture of the different regions of India. Similarly, many of the geographers begin to say the Indian civilization has been shaped by two important rivers. One is Ganga in North India and other one is Kaveri. The Ganga river flows from the Himalayan mountain and it begins to water, say, the very large part of the Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Bihar, this area. So they would say if Himalayan mountain is not there, it will be a desert. Now that means water, it plays a very important role in shaping the culture of North India. Similarly, the Kaveri river flows from the Western Ghats and it waters the South India. And if this, as I pointed out, that this Kaveri flows from the Western Ghats towards the South India and joins with the Arabian, with the Bay of Bengal. And when this water flows, it flows to different states. And now, many states are trying to build dams to save the water for their own state. So the flow of water is not coming to the down south. So there is conflict between two different states or four important states. And the agitation is very vital. The farmers begin to fight with each other and there is not violence also it leads to. So what we begin to see is how do we resolve this water problem? For this we need dialogue. That is the point. We are trying to say that interreligious dialogue or intercultural dialogue is very vital. As I see it right now, there is not much effort to educate the farmers of different states and the people of these different states. The evolving situation today in contemporary world, earlier the population size was smaller and the natural setup was conducive for the flow of water from one region to another. But today, 21st century, where there is scarcity of water, when people are not willing to share the water and there is so much conflict and people are adamant, say the upper region, no, we want our water, we will not give you. And the down portion, they say our land will become desert, we will not be able to cultivate anything unless you share the water. But this education has to come in to educate both the people of these two regions where the water flows, unless we educate them to share the water. Okay, right now it is not taking place. That means, each state begins to say it's a big politics because they will not get votes if they are not able to provide water for that region. And if these people do not fight to get water from this region, these people will not vote. So it is a political game that, so it is becoming very serious affair. That's why we need to educate that the availability of water, how we need to share with the different states. For this, we need intercultural dialogue, we need education and all that. So there are plenty of other things we could talk about it. If there is any question or observation, I can take it further. Is there any clarification or was it clear what I was saying? Any Yeah, please.
Thank you. In India specifically, do you have like a different cultural relations with freshwater, so with rivers, lakes, and with the ocean, or you consider them as the same water resource that really impacts the culture? I'm just really curious to know.
If I am not mistaken, you asked me whether the sea and the fresh water, how they relate. Yeah?
Yeah, so my question was that India has rivers, lakes, so freshwater resources, and it's surrounded by the ocean. So in the culture, is there any differences between these two
Yes.
kind of resource, let's say?
Surely, there is certainly there are differences. For example, in the eastern portion of the Indian Peninsula, from Bangladesh towards South India, when we begin to see Bay of Bengal and the river, as I said, Kaveri flows. But comparing to the eastern portion and the western portion is, we have Arabian Sea. Okay. And down south we have Indian Ocean. So the three seas meet at the down bottom. The Bay of Bengal, Arabian Sea, and Indian Ocean. Okay. So if you begin to see culturally, there's a lot of differences. For example, the east portion, its migration has been towards the eastern part of the globe. For example, like Singapore, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, the migration. But in the western portion, the migration is towards Dubai and to the western countries. That is one aspect. Second important aspect is many of the earlier times, the migration of people from the west towards the east, they got settled along the Arabian Sea. For example, Kerala. Now, Vasco da Gama landed in Kerala. And also, so we begin to see, so the western portion has been very much influenced by the western culture. But the eastern portion is very much influenced by the Asian aspect of culture, in the sense the Singapore, the collective dimension. The very important aspect, what I stress, is how water plays an important role in shaping of the mind and the world view. What is the world? They begin to understand it is a collective world. That means now we need to resolve our problems collectively. But in the western side, since they build their homes individually, and as I pointed out, any life crisis rituals are individually managed, but here it is collectively managed. So the whole consciousness, awareness of cultural, the world view is here it is more collective. That's why we can even say the Asian mind is more collective in nature. Family is important, village is important. And on the other side, we begin to see the western side is the individual is important. So that way there is certainly the world view affects different formation of culture. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Pakistan is one of the countries that are really suffering for water scarcity. So how does this intercultural and interreligious dialogue can work between India and Pakistan about water?
Extremely difficult, because politically India and Pakistan, they have a long history of conflict, and in India certain groups of people begin to think Pakistan is still India, it belongs to India. And one day one of the politicians very recently said, if a particular political party wins the election which is going on. Within 6 months, we will get the Pakistan occupied Kashmir to India. So you see the conflict is great. So not much interaction is taking place between India and Pakistan to resolve this problem. But with regard to the water, there are sometimes we begin to hear some efforts being made between governments to amicably solve this problem, but not much is happening because of a long in the consciousness of certain political parties. They begin to say, after all, Pakistan was with India and we need to get back India. It is like, I lived in Germany for some time. It was like Berlin or East Germany and West Germany, and it got united, of course. So similarly, they begin to think one day Pakistan should get united with India. But whether it will happen, I don't think so. So to answer you, not much is happening with regard to water resource, another sharing of that. Any other aspect?
Hi. I have always been very curious. I also come from India. I have always been very curious that why is the water governance of India so much invested and dominant in Rajasthan? You see the past few political leaders who have been representing the Jal Shakti Ministry also come from Jaipur. Is there a cultural dominance on this fact, or is it just the way the government thinks that it needs to be rested in this part of the country?
If you look at the geography, Rajasthan is one of the states we have at the south, and the availability of rainwater is not very much. So it could be one of the reasons. Another reasons could be the political power. Now they may be having more influence. Okay. Even today, the ministry is headed from Rajasthan, the water body. Yeah, that is true. That's what I can understand. Okay. Any other observations? If that is so, I would like to come to the dialogue aspect of culture. What I have been understanding, in India, we have major religions. Of course, Hinduism is about 80%, and Muslims are about 14%. Christians are about 3%, and Sikhs are about 2%, and other religions are very, very minor. It is not connected to water as such, but culturally there are differences, and religious outlook is different among these groups. But I would say in India, in spite of all these, we have a good relationship with each other, and we share cultural, religious aspects. So I would like to concentrate what St. Andrew's College of Interreligious Dialogue practically does. We conduct a one-year program known as Bird. Bird is flying, no? Basics in interreligious dialogue. So we invite students from different religions to understand the basic tenets of each religion. So what is the basic tenet of Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Buddhism, various religions, so that they get, many times we feel there is so much misunderstanding because we don't understand the other religion. So the basic knowledge about different religions is given to this, and also there we bring in the importance of water. For example, every religion water is a very vital aspect in every religion. For example, in Christianity, for baptism, we need water. Okay. And the Muslims, before they go for their namaz, they wash their hand and the leg. So we need water. And similarly, in every Abhishek, they call it, every sacramental aspect. In Hinduism, there is so much water is involved. So, what we understand, water is a source of life. I have been watching the different speakers here. Water is the source of life. And water cleans. Now, water cleans. Even when our hand is dirty, we go and wash the water. So similarly, our internal life, spiritual life, when we feel that we have done some mistakes, so we begin to go for example, in Hinduism, people take bath in the Ganga river or the ocean. So washing, taking away the one's guilt, sin is done by washing. Okay. So this way, we begin to talk about in different religions how water plays an important role to the students, and also the basic tenets. That is one aspect. So one is the knowledge, head level. Then what we do, we take our students to the religious places of all religions. So we take the Christians, the Buddhists, the Muslims to say a Christian church or a mosque. Of course, when we take them to mosque, the women, the girls cannot go into the interior aspect of the mosque, but they stand outside, and if it is a dargah, then they begin to watch, begin to see. Similarly, Sikhism, we learn a lot of things from each other. For example, the way the Sikhs have the community meal, they call it langar. Now they have where everybody takes part in preparing a meal, and that meal is served to everybody. They sit together, everybody is involved in serving. So these are new ideas, for example, for the Christians. It may be a new idea for the Hindus. Now, so the second aspect, practical aspect, we take our students to different religious places and expose them how rituals are done in different religions. That's what the second important thing. The third, in this bird course, what we do is to get a diploma, they have to enact a religious celebration from each religion. That means, for a Hindu, maybe enacting a Buddhist ritual. A Buddhist may be enacting a Christian ritual. So that way we train them what is the role of rituals in the religions, and so they are exposed to different religions, and that is one important aspect we do in St. Andrew's College for Interreligious Dialogue. Secondly, we begin to celebrate one of the major religious festival in commonly. So, for example, Diwali, the Feast of Light. So, whether the Christians, the Hindus, and other religious group, we come together, we celebrate Diwali. And all others, they may celebrate Christmas, for example, or Buddha Purnima, or one of the festivals of the Muslim festival. So this way, there is so much interaction taking place. This is to build bridges. To build bridges between different religions, that you are not a stranger. You are not a stranger. You know something about each other religion, but this, we are not aiming at any conversion, but we are aiming at, we also don't want them to leave their religion. Okay, you be in your religion, but you need to know something about other religion, what is the basic foundation of a particular religion, and how do they celebrate their religion, So you need to know it's an exposure program, what we do. So that is one of the important aspects. Then secondly, what we do, these students must conduct various inter-religious programs outside the college, so that they interact with other colleges and to promote peace and harmony. So one of the important aspects of this interreligious program is to build peace and harmony. And then third important thing we have a newsletter known as Sammelan, where different students, when they conduct program, they give a report with the pictures. So we publish them so that when we circulate to other places, people come to know this is possible. So this way we try to build peace and harmony with the people of different cultures and religions. So we promote inter-religious harmony. These are some of the activities we do. If you have got any question or observation on this, then I can share further. Then I can, yeah. You have the mic.
Thank you. This program is for like only young people, or it can be it's ageless? Let's say.
This is basically meant for students of bachelor degree, and we have two programs. One is for bachelor students, another for postgraduate students. Okay. So, but anybody who has done this, say bachelor degree, they can enroll themselves. Yeah, it's open.
And another question is the majority, what religion they are coming from? You mentioned 4 religion, if I'm not mistaken.
I must have mentioned 4, but we have Buddhist, Jain, and Parsis. Okay, and of course the major religions are Hindu, Muslim, Christian, and then Sikhs. Then we have other Buddhists and Jains, Parsis, and we have also got a tribal religion. Now, when we come to study about tribal religions, how much it is very much connected to the preservation of the environment, the water, the forest. For example, they do not build temples, they do not have statues. They have the natural group where the preservation of the nature is very central. So we also talk about the tribal religions also. But many of our students are not tribals, maybe one or the other may be tribal. But we expose the different religions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. So I have a question on, do you see a correlation between the kind the religion, the different types of religions, and the conservation of water resources?
Okay. When we say culture, I begin to understand it's a historically constructed aspect. Okay. The basic, that's what I began with, the basic dimension, as I understand, is we human beings, first, we need to be alive. Only then we can talk about anything else. We need to be alive. To be alive, we need food. And food, from where does it come from? Okay, the environment in which the availability of water, the climatic conditions, the ecological setup in which the food resource comes in. So, I gave an example. For example, in the eastern portion, because of the lack of water, they are not able to cultivate horticultural economy. They have agricultural economy. They cultivate more connected the availability of water there. But similarly, I pointed out in the western portion, since there is plenty of water, they have horticultural economy. So, the first dimension of our life, in order to live, we need food. Okay, so the food is coming from the water resource and the ecological environmental conditions. Okay, The second aspect we talked about is our social. Each one of us, we are individual. We need the other. No? For example, a child has to be brought up in a family, in a community. So we need the other. And this other, how water influences, I pointed out, when there was plenty of water available, they build their home along with their cultivable land. Okay, so in the western portion, they have scattered homesteads because of this water resource. But in the eastern portion, since there is lack of water, near the water resource, they have their fields, cultivation. But their homes, they are built together. That is known as huddled settlement. Again, water plays an important role. So, as I understand, the Asian culture is more collective because of this ecological factor. So we begin to see in a collective setup, the way they understand a human relationship, the way they understand the other, the meaning giving system. Okay, so these are coming from the environmental factors. Of course, theoretically speaking and anthropologically, theoretically speaking, there are three major schools of thought. One school of thought begins to say, it is the environment which determines the culture. Okay, but then there were reaction, especially from Margaret Mead. Okay, she began to say, no, what? It is not the environment, it is the culture which influences the ecology. So we need to understand, when we are especially studying about water relationship, there is an interrelationship between water or environment and culture. In the sense, in a simpler the technology, the more the environment influences the culture. The more complex the technology affects the ecology. So for example, earlier days, we didn't have a refrigerator, we didn't have air cooler, but they had built their houses with coconut leaves, which was very cool, for example. Ecologically conducive atmosphere, for example. But today, when we have higher technology, air cooler and other things, what happens? It affects the environment. So one of the aspects what we need to understand for sustainable development, okay, how do we build our culture in tune with ecologically sustainability, the water resource and others. So I don't know whether I properly brought out the relationship between culture and environment. The simpler for example, tribals I pointed out in India, the simpler the culture, they are more tuned with their ecology. They build their houses according to the ecological setup. Their whole culture is tuned. Okay. For example, the whole night they may be dancing when there is a wedding. Okay, that is the recreation. It is a collective. Now in India, we can very clearly see when the tribals dance, they hold hands together, they dance together. Okay, but in South India, when they dance, one or the other girl may be going to a stage and she may be dancing. So it is not collective, it is individualistic. So the tribal life is more collective because of the ecological setup in which, in tune with the environment, they build their culture. But today, because of the 21st century, our technology has overpowered and it begins to affect our culture, and there are a lot of environmental problems, ecological problems, water scarcity and all that. So this is a very important aspect, that how our technology today is affecting our environment, our water resource and other things. I think this is a very vital today, especially 21st century, to understand this relationship, how environment influences culture, and how culture begins to affect the environment. And today, can plan, any planning of the future for sustainability can take place only if you understand this relationship. Any observation on this? It's a very vital aspect of understanding the sustainability of environment and culture.
I just, because all my friends sitting here would have heard about the fact that in India, River Ganga, it has a very spiritual importance, and in terms of a culture-coded relationship, Indians have, Indians and in fact a lot of Asians who visit India, they have a lot of faith in the fact that the water from River Ganga can help you purify you and do away with all the ills that exists. Now, the water in Ganga is also, when scientifically tested, known to be one of the most impure waters. Like it's extremely polluted. Do you draw a relationship between this spiritual aspect and its scientific impurity?
As I see it, as you correctly pointed out, the water Ganga flows from the Himalayan mountains. So it comes through the herbal, many plants. So it has a medical quality, certainly. I think that's what they must have discovered, our ancestors must have discovered. So they felt if we drink the Ganga water, it will give us good health and we can also purify. And the culture began. Now what happens is this aspect that Ganga water is so holy, and if we take bath in it or if we drink, we will get healing. More and more people began to come, and even the dead bodies, if they put the ashes in the Ganga, immediate relief could be. So what happens, even half cremated bodies are thrown. So the Ganga water begins to be more polluted. So you see, originally it was such a purifying water. But today we begin to see, because of the overuse, because of the way we are using Ganga, it has become polluted. That's what I understand. Yeah. I think it is now time for the next program, I think. So I thank you for your patient listening, and thank you very much. Yeah.
session and then we can continue. We can just stop the movie and I will introduce the session and then
National Water Research Center, NWRC. The National Water Research
yes. Hello everybody. Good morning. Actually, today I'm going to present some activities of the National Water Research Center of Egypt. The center is affiliated to the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation of Egypt. Actually, the plan is a little bit changed than was scheduled because of the absence of some of our colleagues. Today I will show you a short movie about the activities of the center, and then afterwards I will give you a short presentation about some activities we are doing in one of the institutions of the center. So we're going to start first with the movie now, and then afterwards I will give you a short presentation about the Nile Research Institute and activities we are doing in the institute. Please, can we start the movie?
was established in the year 1975 to act as the research arm of the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. NWRC comprises 12 specialized research institutes, in addition to the Central Laboratory for Environmental Quality Monitoring and Strategic Research Unit. Each institute conducts research and activities that serve certain sector of Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation. The NWRC thus enables making progress and accelerate the implementation of water policies towards achieving the National Development Goals. Water Management Research Institute, WMRI, was established in 1975 as one of the oldest and leading institutes in Egypt and in the Middle East, working in the field of water resources management and irrigation systems. WMRI has contributed in developing and proposing policies leading to increase the efficiency of using water resources on the national and international levels. It comprises 13 affiliate research stations that are distributed all over the country. The mandates of WMRI are developing guidelines for optimal on-farm water management policies, studying the water interactions in agriculture areas and analyzing the social and economic aspects of on-farm water management policies, conducting research to investigate irrigation water use options, drawing water management policies and strategies related to water resources use efficiency, determining and estimating of actual crop efficient, crop consumptive use, developing innovative methods and systems of irrigation networks. Drainage Research Institute, DRI, has always been maintaining national plans for the development of agriculture drainage systems. The Institute aims to develop effective tools for planning and management, the reuse of agriculture wastewater in irrigation, and has an important role in observing, monitoring, and planning water quality in Egypt to achieve sustainable development through better knowledge, capacity building, and exchange transfer of experience. One of the examples of DRI tasks is the management, operation, and development of the biological treatment plant at Al Manzala, which aims to treat contaminated drainage water into Al Manzala Lake through Bahr al Baqar drain, using the biological treatment systems as a natural and low-cost means of treating agriculture wastewater. Water Resources Research Institute, WRRI, has a mandate to conduct research program that focuses on basic and applied water resources research, training, and capacity building. WRRI generates and provides scientific research, technical supports toward achieving the rational development and management of water resources of Egypt to enhance the socio-economic advancement of the country, especially in flash flood risk reduction, rainwater harvesting, and identifying opportunities to improve the future water resources planning under climate changes in Egypt. One of the Institute's most important contributions is the Flash Flood Atlas for each governorate in Egypt, which provides decision makers with useful information for planning new communities and land uses. Through its research, WRRI is also responsible for the supervision of water wells drilling. The Nile Research Institute, NRI, works to study the protection and development of the Nile River and Lake Nasser in a scientific and sustainable manner. The researchers of the Institute collect and analyze data, conduct studies and research projects, as well as cooperation with international organizations in the same field. NRI mandates are assessing of the impact of tourism and river navigation on water quality and sediments in the Nile River, conducting integrated studies on the development of the walkway, rehabilitation, development, and optimal utilization of bays along the Nile River and its two branches, production of electronic navigation maps of the Nile River and its branches, developing secure navigation route to maximize the utilization of Cairo-Aswan navigation stream and its branches, producing an integrated information system for the Nile River system. Hydraulics Research Institute, HRI, is considered one of the oldest hydraulic research institutes in the Middle East and Africa. HRI became a central point for researchers to obtain and transfer advanced scientific research technology in the field of water resources and hydraulics to neighboring countries. One of the most important features of HRI is that it links applied research activities to the actual needs of water resources development plans and strategies. Among the main activities of HRI is organizing international and regional technical training programs in the field of river and shore engineering and hydraulics. HRI established the Regional Training Center to provide technical and professional training courses and diplomas for African trainees. Channel Maintenance Research Institute, CMRI, was established with the objective of conducting and proposing implementable solutions for the ministry in field of open waterways management, such as design, rehabilitation, maintenance, and aquatic weed management, to achieve water saving and quality preservation. CMRI is one of the leading institutions in Egypt that is designing and maintaining open waterways, and is also one of the pioneers for biological management of aquatic weeds using the herbivorous fish and the grass crab in Kiyuja and Albert Lakes in Uganda. The Institute implements research projects and studies in the following areas: assessing, developing, and rehabilitating of earth, lime, and covered waterways, as well as improving the efficiency, operation, and maintenance for all waterways. Developing maintenance method mechanically and manually. Making use of water weeds to improve water quality in drains and to generate biogas. Applying and assessing the biological resistance using crabfish and conducting research experiments to maximize the utilization of water unit of fish farms. Research Institute for Groundwater, RIGW, was established since 1975 to take over and extend the work of the Groundwater Research Inspectorate, which was started since 1953, with the main activity of establishing a network for monitoring the groundwater levels in the Nile Valley and Delta region. With the increasing importance of groundwater in the national water policies, the RIGW has become the focal institute for MWRI in preparing groundwater development plans in the Nile floodplain and in the desert areas, responding to the increasing number of requests for advice on groundwater development projects, both from inside and outside the ministry. Integrating water quality and environmental aspects in the groundwater development plans and projects. RIGW has a constant mandate to prepare an update of the hydrological maps as well as potential and vulnerability maps, monitor the groundwater quality through an extensive national monitoring network covering the entire country. Construction Research Institute was established as one of the leading research focal points in Egypt in the field of soil mechanics, foundation engineering, and construction technology. The main objective of CRI is to upgrade and maintain the safety of water infrastructure through supporting, developing, designing, and construction of innovative methods to keep pace with the scientific advances in construction and building technologies. CRI carries out basic and applied research through geotechnical studies to determine soil properties and increase its bearing capacity to absorb foundation loads and control water leaks, as well as establishing quality control systems and determining safety factors and methods. Mechanical and Electrical Research Institute, MERI, offers research studies and consultation for electrical, hydraulic, mechanical, and automation control systems for the different sectors of MWRI. The main activities of MERI are evaluation, calibration, and testing of mechanical and electrical lifting plants, design of predictive maintenance program for pumping stations, vibration measurements and dynamic analysis of hydraulic systems, design and evaluation of waterway and control systems for barrages and gates, develop renewable energy applications to raise water in remote areas. Survey Research Institute, SRI, aims to achieve advancement in research studies that are related to the modern techniques in surveying work, with the objective of developing and applying all modern aspects of geodesy, photogrammetry, remote sensing, and geographic information systems. The SRI staff is well-qualified, multidisciplinary research team capable of scientifically handling development problems with sufficient practical experience. The main activities of the SRI are developing and applying the most up-to-date technologies in geodesy, providing optimal design of gravity and reference networks, adopting remote sensing and GIS technologies for monitoring of natural and human-induced changes in the irrigation and drainage network, surveying cross and longitudinal sections of canals and water structures to produce base map using GIS and satellite images, establishing the Egyptian National Gravity Network and Geodetic Control Network for the purpose of producing topographical maps. Coastal Research Institute, CORI, was established in 1971 as a beach protection research project with the support of the United Nations Development Programme. CORI is concerned with research and investigation activities to protect and develop the coastal zones of Egypt through the following objectives: monitoring the evolution of the Mediterranean coast in order to determine the nearshore zone changes of the Nile Delta and its neighborhood, collecting and analyzing dynamical, coastal, and marine data for the determination of the erosion and exertion pattern and their driving forces, conducting numerical models to predict future changes in the coastal zone and select the most economical and effective protective measures and to find out their best alignment. Environment and Climate Research Institute, ECRI. Is responsible for studying climate changes at the national and regional levels and their impact on water resources. ECRI also identifies the water needs of different crops in accordance with climate change. The Institute provides technical and scientific consultation and data to policy and decision makers in the fields of climate change and environmental impacts for local and regional water projects. The Institute also conducts training courses for African and Egyptian trainees from the Nile Basin countries in the field of environmental impact assessment for water projects. Also, ECRI is working with stakeholders to raise environmental awareness and enforce environmental law.
Well, we can just stop the movie
Central
here.
Laboratories for Environment.
And thank you very much for watching this movie. As you can see, we are in the National Water Research Center of Egypt. We have 12 institutes. We are working in various fields of the water research, starting from the surface water to the groundwater and even to the coastal and areas. Actually, I'm going to present you of the activities of one of these institutes today, the Nile Research Institute. I'm honored to lead this institute for more than 1 year now. The institute is doing research mainly for the research that problematic for the Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, and actually we are trying to do our research in an integrated manner. You know that the resources, the water resources in Egypt is very limited, so we have to wisely managing our water resources. So the presentation of today is consists of 4 main parts. The first part, I will show you what's the challenges are facing the management to the river Nile in Egypt, and then what's the next of the river Nile concern to the water resources management, and the action we are taking to tackle these manners, and then we are going to go through the research opportunities and we are looking for. As an introduction, you know that the river Nile is the main source of fresh water in Egypt. I will show you on the next slides how much water comes from the river Nile and how we are depending mainly on it as a carrier for the surface water in Egypt. Actually, our concern is to manage the water resources in Egypt and putting the planning and developing and managing in terms of both quantity and quality. We are concerned about the quality also, not only the quantity, because we are reusing water very lot in Egypt. We are depending on the reused drainage water in Egypt to compensate the gap between the demands and the water availability. As you can see here, this is the conceptual of the integrated water resources management. We are following this concept in the managing our water resources in Egypt, but putting the national goals. We have Egypt been developed national goals since 80s, and we have been developing these goals till we reach that we have been produced the national water plan for the year 2037. And then, as you can see, we are assessing our water resources issues regularly, and then we are trying to implementing the plans and putting into to actions, as we can going to see in during the presentation. In brief, I will give you the what is the challenges facing Egypt in managing its water resources. First, I will give you an overview about the water resources of Egypt. As you can see, that we are receiving just 55 billion of cubic meters of fresh water from the river Nile. This is in average. While our sorry if this is the pointer, but as you can see, our requirements is exceeding 80 billions. So we have to compensate this amount of water from other resources. As you can see, that we have receiving something like 1.3 billion only from rain. That's in the upper coast of Egypt. And we are extracting something like 2.5 billions from the groundwater. This is the fresh water, and by the way, the groundwater in Egypt is non-renewable, so we have to wisely extracting this water. And as you can see, that we are reusing the water which goes to the drains back to our system. So we are reusing something like 21 billion cubic meter per year. It returned back to our system. Part of this water is returned directly to the river Nile itself, and part of it we are taking it from the drainage canals to the irrigation canals directly, putting in our minds the drinking and the the water for the drinking supplies and for the domestics, because we are consuming something like 10 billions of water for domestic uses, and also more than 5 billions for the industry. And the majority of the water goes for the agriculture. So we have to put something like the management system for all of these complications together, because it's just one stream. We use this stream to managing all of our water resources. This is the main challenges are facing Egypt. As I told you, that we just expecting something like 57 billion cubic meters of fresh water per year, while we are in need for more than 80 billions. And the most important thing of this fresh water is it's 97% of this water is coming from outside of the country. It's transboundary water. That's make us to increase our efficiency for the irrigation. We have been raised the efficiency of the irrigation till it reaches something like 88%. That's because of the recycling of the water, and we are using the drainage water for several times. There is a say in Egypt that we are using the drainage water for something like 8 times, because we have been. I will show you on the map how this happens. and the per capita share in Egypt is dropped down the 1,000 cubic meter per year. We have been reached something like 570 cubic meter in the year 2017, and we are expecting to be less than 500 by the year 2050. The agriculture sector, as I told you, that it's consumed the major water resources in Egypt. It consumes more than 60 billions. Adding to that, we are facing challenges concerning the climate change. We are expecting that a decrease in the Nile water by something like 15% by the years 2081, and also we have expecting a decrease in the rainfall by 20%, and also we are expecting sea level rise, which is going to affect the coastal aquifers of Egypt. All of these challenges, we have to put it in our minds when we are trying to develop our national water resources plan. This is one of the example how especially the rain is expected on the Nile basin. As you can see, this is the rain distribution in October 2021. Mostly it's at the south. The southern area of the river basin is coming from the other countries to the south. Egypt is located in here and here in Sudan. As you can see that it's rarely we are expecting rain in Egypt during most of the year. This is one of the example of the rain pattern. So because of we are limited water resources, we are expecting some pollutions that interfering our water resources, and this could affect our utilization of these water resources. So we have to put in our minds how we can do the management for this issue. To solve our problems and this interaction between all of these items and challenges, we have to put in our minds the nexus in the river water, and what is the relationship between the water and food and energy. As you can see here that we are using the water and the interaction between the water and food. For example, we are distributing the water for irrigating the fields, and also we have been using the water to produce in hydropower, and we are also using the water for cooling of the thermal plants. Adding to that, the impact of reusing this water on the ecology, and it affects mainly the ecological life in the river Nile, and even the fisheries and fishery activities, and also it's impacting the water utilization. As I told you, we are it's just one river. We use it for everything, for irrigation, for domestic uses. We have to be very cautious with using this water because of the quality, and adding to that the climate change and its affecting on the rainfall, and also on the temperature, which is directly affecting the water requirement. As you can see here, this is the nexus between the river water and energy. As I told you, we have been using the water to produce in hydropower, and also we are cooling the thermal plants by using the river water, and this makes a stress on the water quality of the river. We have to take care of that. We are doing research to minimize this effect. And in the opposite, we need the energy to operate the pumping stations. As you can, if you are familiar that we are in Egypt, we're having a total number of something like more than 600 pumping stations. It's a huge pumping station we are using in the system. This pumping station, we are lifting the water from drains to canals. As I told you, we are using the water, so we have to lift the water from the drains to canal to compensate the shortage of the water. Also, we have an irrigation pumps which has been lifting the water from the River Nile itself to the some branch canals. Of course, most of the main canals is going by gravity, but it happens that we need to lift this water to the fields. So we are operating more than 400 pumping stations for irrigation, and as I told you, there's a mixing pump station between the drains and canals. We are operating something like 50 pumping station, and this is a very huge experience in Egypt to operate such a system. This is the High Aswan Dam, the major source of the hydropower in Egypt. The potentiality of the hydropower plant in the High Aswan Dam is more than 3,000 megawatt. While we are in actual practice, we are producing something like 2,800. This is due to the level of the water and the operationals of the dam. This is the relationship and nexus between the water and food in Egypt. As I told you that most of the water is going to the agriculture. As I told you that more than 60 billion cubic meters is allocated for agriculture. This is the consumption, or this is the average consumption per faddan. The faddan is something like 4,200 square meters. So this is the average consumption of it. As I told you, this is the available water per capita, and this is the consumption for the domestic, industries, and agriculture. Also, there is a relationship between the energy and food. And as I told you, you're using the water a lot in Egypt. We are using the water in two major manners. One of them we are call it in the official, which is operated and management by the Ministry of Water Resources, and part of it is operated by the farmer itself. We are calling it the unofficial reuse. They just drop the pumping to the drains and extracting the water directly to their field. This is some actions we are doing in Egypt to tackle all of these challenges. As I told you, we are talking about the River Nile itself. The first part I will talk about the river morphology, how we are dealing with that, because as you may know that the River Nile is alluvial river, so we have to deal with the morphology. We are using the river for the navigation and also to maintaining the river in a very efficient and functional way during the year. And also, as you As I told you that we are operating a monitoring water quality network on the River Nile itself, and also concerning the regulating of the river flow, we have to ensure the necessary work for the irrigation network, and also the river navigation will go from one point to other after the other mean. So this is the relationship between the high flow and low flow in Egypt. We can to optimally using the river during the whole year, we have to controlling the water due to the consumption during the year. As you may know that in Egypt we are consuming water a lot in summer than in winter. We are in need for much water in summer because of the crop requirements in summer than in winter. So we are expecting a low water levels in winter and high water level in summer. So that's in high flow. We are expecting to deal with the scouring problems and also the inundation problem during the summer period. And in winter periods, we are expecting to deal with the sedimentation and unnavigability of the water, and also the water quality. As I told you that the water is returning back to the river itself during the whole year, and this is making the quality of the water. It would be affecting in the winter more than in the summer, because in the summer there is plenty of water. This is the system we are operating in Egypt. We are starting from here from the High Aswan Dam, and this is we are considering one system now, the Aswan Dam, which is being built in the 1920, and the High Aswan Dam in the 60s. This is the main valve of the water in Egypt, while we are also operating the water with other major barrages. It's a kind of small dams in Egypt. This branch canal is serving thousands of faddans or thousands of hectares in Egypt. And the most important area of managing of all of this system is the delta of Egypt, because we are expecting a lot of reused water in this area, and high salinity of the water, even in the canals itself. As you can see that the river Nile is carrying something like 90 billion cubic meter. This is including the 55 I've been telling you in the first slide. Adding to that the reused water, we have reusing the water which comes back to the River Nile. This is the main barrages of and the catchment of each of these barrages. For example, the reach between Aswan Dam and Esna barrage was being operated or regulated with the Aswan Dam. Its length of 167 kilometers. This is the width or average width of the River Nile. We have divided the River Nile itself into 4 main reaches, plus the 2 main branches, the Damietta and Rosetta branches. As I told you that we are dealing with the inundation problem in the river. That's why we have put some regulation for the inundation areas. We are regulating that, but with some scientific rules. We are prohibiting using such areas just to the. We are expecting that the river may flood to it. It's never happened in the maybe in the previous 50 years, and that the water exceeds these areas, but we are keeping in it for the emergency cases. This also one of the activities we are doing in the institute, keeping the navigation waterway all over the river. We are using the River Nile for transportation in Egypt, especially for tourism in the first two reaches at the Aswan and Luxor areas. There is a lot of Nile cruises in this area, and as I told you that in winter we are expecting a very low flow of the water. We are trying to wisely managing our water for the whole year. We are expecting just 55 billion, while we are in need for something like more than 80 billion. So we have to just control the water in the winter, and this makes us facing the problem of how we can make this period navigable, while in this period is the most touristic period in the year. I mean in the winter, in January and February. So we have produced what we are calling electrical navigation charts for the whole River Nile, and we are still developing these charts towards the north of Egypt. This is one of the examples of research activities we have been doing also in the institute. We are studying the impact of human interventions of the river morphology when sometimes we are using this the banks of the river for some touristic activities, or maybe when we are building bridges crossing the river, and mostly of the Egyptian cities. If you are familiar with Egypt, we are occupying the area just around the river. Most of Egypt is just deserts. Most of the population, we are living around the river itself. So it makes I mean it makes very hard for us to manage these small areas for the urbanization and tremendous urbanization around the. Just 5 minutes, okay. So for that, and I will just go through the some research activities we are doing. We are doing in research activities in studying the scouring around the bridges. As I told you that the bridges crossing the whole river. This is an example of the water direction. How you can see here when some interventions happens, the water flows affected. And we are studying all of this. This is also one of the examples of the waterfront development in Egypt. This is inundation maps we are producing just to know how we can manage the river in case if there is a high flood in it. And the most important thing from my point of view is the monitoring network, or the water quality monitoring network we are building on the River Nile in Egypt. We are monitoring the quality from the south to the north. This is by 80 locations distributed all over the River Nile itself. And adding to that, we are also monitoring the quality of the water comes from the drains. All of this, as you can see, the green spots is the drains comes back to the River Nile itself. And as you can see that we are reusing the water in Egypt a lot, and this is the main canals which is being taken from the Nile. That's why we are calling our monitoring network now, the water quality network, one of the robust water quality monitoring. We are now operating this monitoring network for about 40 years. We are starting with the salinity at the beginning. Now we are monitoring almost of the water quality parameters. Let me just, for the time, I will skip this workflow we are doing for the quality of water and how we can reusing of the water. This is one of our databases we have been building for the activities happening all over the river. We have been we have layers for the pumping station and also the high power station and the bank protections and even the hydrotopographic maps and even the cable which has been crossing the river from south to north. This is one of the dashboards of this database. I will come to the end of my presentation with some conclusion. As I told you that the main conclusion that we are facing in Egypt very limited water resources. Adding to that the climate change, we're going to add more challenges for us to operate these water resources, and that's why we are in need to do more research on the effect of or impact of climate change on the water resources and also the human activities which has been affecting our water resources, and we have to consider the ecology of the River Nile. We have depending also on the fishery activity on the Nile, and we have to also put in our minds to keep the monitoring programs on the Nile. And thank you for your attention, and if you have questions, I know that the time is goes up, but we still have something like 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was I've gotten a lot of insights from that. I am from Kenya. My name is Joan. I'm interested to know, are there some of the strategies that have been put in place that have been proven to be effective for sustainably reducing the pollution, especially from agriculture along the River Nile?
Actually, we are putting this in our strategy in the ministry. As I told you, the National Water Research Center we are considering the research arm of the ministry. We are doing most of our research for the sake of the ministry, and this is one of the most priorities we are keeping in our minds while we are putting our strategy. But the main problem, in my point of view, concerning the pollution comes back to our water resources is the domestic pollution. It's not the agriculture mainly. We can manage or we can deal with the agriculture pollution, but mostly it's comes with nutrients. But the main problem of the reusing of the wastewater is the water which is being coming from the domestic use. We have to increase our capabilities to treat the water, especially the domestic water. We have trying to do our best now. We have been increasing the capacity of the wastewater treatment plants, and even we are trying to build some natural based treatment plants like the wetlands, for example. We have a very big experiment in at the north of the delta. We are operating one of the wastewater treatment plants dealing with the water which is being taken from one of the biggest drains in Egypt.
Thank you. Just a follow-up based on your response. Is there like an effective drinking water safety planning that monitor the quality, water quality from the source to the household level?
Yes, of course. Yeah. You know that we are dealing with one system. We have to take care about the water which goes for to drinking. Still we have the plants of the drinking water is on the same canals, so we have to stop the reuse of the drainage water on such canals. So the Ministry of Health in Egypt is monitoring the quality of the water just neighboring to these treatment plants. I mean the drinking for drinking water, and if something happened or the pollution levels is increased, they immediately stop the reuse or announcing the Ministry of Water Resources to stop the reuse on this canal. But mainly we are trying to stop the reusing of the water on the canals we are using for drinking purposes.
Thank you so much for the insightful presentation, Professor. We have met before with Ari and Mrs. Tiarafani. I'm Sarah, I'm from Indonesia. According to the data you have showed before, the most portions on water consumption is for agricultural, correct me if I'm wrong, about 61.65 billion cubic per meters. Is there any innovative way or applied technology for reducing the agriculture so that we can reduce the water consumption on agriculture, like something like a new method for irrigation distribution system? Thank you.
So yes, actually, as I told you that we are in the National Water Research Center. We are 12 institutes. One of them is concerning with the modernization of the irrigation. I mean, in the whole Egypt, we are typically using the flood irrigation in Egypt, especially in the delta. However, we are trying, due to the population, we are trying to expand to the desert, and when we are expanding our agriculture activities to the desert, we have to use modern irrigation techniques like the drip irrigation and sprinklers and all of these things. And nowadays we are doing a research of using the greenhouses for the cultivation, and especially in the desert. That's to reduce the amount of water we are using for agriculture, because you know that our demands is increasing by the increase of the population, and we are still facing a big challenge in the agriculture sector in Egypt, not only with the water which has been available for the agriculture, but also with the cropping types itself. We are in demand for the cropping pattern, which is having financial value more than others. You know that most of the countries, like in Egypt, we are depending mainly on the wheat. However, when we are cultivated wheat, for example, the financial value of the wheat itself is not that value, and so we are exporting the wheat, for example, and cultivating other crops in Egypt, which has been could give us an I mean the in money wise it give us a value or financial value more than others, and this is one of the strategies we are dealing in Egypt to just to do this practice. I know it's difficult, and it's difficult for the farmers to change from the typical irrigation types that been used for thousands of years, because of in Egypt the farmers were using the flood irrigation for thousands of years. Now we are trying to push them to modernize their irrigation types. However, we are facing a lot of problems in the delta, because the fields is you could say that it's very limited areas per farmer in the delta, and for this problem we are facing a financial problem with the farmers, that they can use modern irrigation, because of the modern irrigation needs areas which has been a little bit larger than for example 200 or 500 square meters, because the areas in the delta, it comes to these small areas when we are talking about the small farmers in the delta.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have a question on I think on the first page you showed how much of the work you are doing links or supposed to move Egypt's national goals forward. So my question is, if please you could elaborate on some of these national goals or objectives, for which reason much of this work has been done, and also how the other countries that the Nile passes through, how they also, should I say, accept, or what they also think about the objectives you have around the Nile.
So, I'm not sure if I'm completely understand the question, but you are asking about the national plan for the water resources, yeah. We in Egypt, we are concerning that in our national plan that there is a limitation in water resources, and this limitation going to be continued over the next decades. That's why we are putting our national plan concerning the limitation, how we can deal with the farmers, and making them understanding or aware of this problem along the upcoming years, because they are as we can say that they are sharing the same problem as we can. We are not managing the water resources in Egypt away from the farmers. That's why we are trying to push the Water User Association, for example, to make the farmers in cooperation with each other in the same field to increase their productivity and water usage efficiency.
Thank you for your presentation. It was really interesting. As we all know, I have a question. We all know that Ethiopia built the Renaissance Dam, and as you said in your presentation, the Nile River is the main source of fresh water for agriculture and the economy. So just how do you see the future? For example, if Ethiopia will make some move that you will decrease the amount of water for the Egyptian people, And which is the strategy of the country to solve that problem who could maybe come?
I think we have to deal with it, but I will give the floor to my colleague, Engineer Luai, just to answer this question.
Okay.
He's from the Nile water sector of the MNS.
Okay.
Thank you. Of course, the Ethiopian dam we have now negotiated for more than 10 years, but we didn't reach something. All you have to do, you need to cooperate. You need the willings from all the parties to reach something ground. Because if you're not cooperative, of course, the situation will be crucial. Because there is the main source is a big dam on one transboundary river. So you need to cooperate and exchanging data and all these things to be put and agree together, so you can operate all the system for the better way for the life of our people. So we hope that you reach something.
Okay, so if I understand well, there is, before the construction, there is some agreement between the countries, right?
No.
Okay.
We negotiate for more than 10 years, but it will reach something. The negotiation is stagnant now, no activities.
Okay, thank you very much.
The situation will be better.
Okay, thank you very much.
So thank you all for your attendance, and wish you very pleasant stay here in Bali, and wish you see you all of in Egypt, maybe in the Cairo Water Week this year. It's in October. Thank you.
Water has always been essential for life, health,
privacy, and I know that in the way, and I will always love you.
Mais je chante bien. Mais aujourd'hui, j'en ai déjà un en fait.
Julia Carrier pour France 3. Promotion de votre nouvel album. On a vu que vous avez inclus 20 musiques dans ce premier album. On voudrait savoir votre ressenti, la composition de votre album.
I'm sorry, I actually don't speak French. I think I understood. No. What's my feeling about the album?
Oh, we just saw on the radio that you will release your next album, and we just want to know your feedback and the composition of the album, if it was hard or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to be top one, you know, like humility, it's tough, like everybody's want to see you, take pictures with you, like everybody's copying you. It's hard actually, but I really enjoy the, you know, staying in my house in Miami and just chilling because I have so much money now. No, that's not
definitely nice.
Okay. First, what you gonna do with all that money? And secondly, are you happy with that new life of rockstar?
I didn't hear it.
I said first. I forgot.
I'm gonna learn the how to do things. So when you're interviewing, you need to speak here, not there. Here.
Hey, I'm doing this for now 15 years, so you won't teach me my work, okay? Oh. Next question. How do you feel after this first forum?
I think it's a great place to connect with other people from any level. You can meet high panels and local society. So from youth to governors, it's great to have insights. Yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, next question. What's your wish for the next World Water Forum, and what you expect from the Saudi side?
I actually don't know. I think things are going to be in construction. We have 3 years to work on that. Yeah, I believe, I trust Saudi Arabia for their job, and I expect that they will have a focus on.
Okay, the boss said we need to stop. There is somebody who will work.
has always been essential for life, health, and sustainable development. Today, it faces significant challenges such as scarcity, pollution, demographic pressure, and climate evolution. More than 1 in 4 people, or 30% of the world's population, have no access to safe drinking water. The World Water Council was founded in 1996 to advocate for water security, foster hydrodiplomacy, and promote sustainability through various programs, task forces, and initiatives. Our goal is to raise awareness and encourage innovation, cooperation, and equitable governance in order to make drinking water accessible to everyone worldwide. More than 260 organizations are members of the World Water Council, including governments, NGOs, businesses, and academic institutions. Each of them brings its expertise, resources, and commitment to help solve water-related issues. This rich network of specialists from around the world enables us to be the first international force in shaping water policies worldwide. To carry out our actions, we organize the World Water Forum, the biggest platform of consultations between stakeholders, and we participate in international events to discuss water challenges and solutions. We work on programs such as water security, water quality, water financing, the balance between water for humans and water for nature, and unconventional water sources associated with renewable energies. If you wish to join a community of responsible and innovative international partner organizations with the common aim of water security and sustainability for all, become a member. Visit our website, www.worldwatercouncil.org.
My name is Eric Tardieu. I am the Secretary General of the International Network of Basin Organizations, INBO. INBO represents the river basin organizations or the aquifer basin organizations all around the world. And we believe as INBO that these basin organizations are key stakeholders in terms of water security. And that's the reason why we wanted to be a member of the World Water Council. At INBO, we believe that we really need to cooperate in order to improve water resources management. All the water users need to share their needs, need to share their knowledge about the availability of water resources. They need to plan together during long-term exercises the uses of these water resources. Many basin organizations around the world are transboundary basin organizations because the water resources are shared by 2 or more countries. In that case, hydrodiplomacy is a very important approach in order to unify the different countries sharing the same water resources, to build a dialogue, to share their knowledge about the water resources, to assess together the needs and challenges. And we believe that basin organizations are a key and very effective tool for a concrete implementation of hydrodiplomacy.
I'm Eddie Morse. I'm rector of ITU Delft, Institute for Water Education. We do educate people and train water professionals in especially mid-career positions. We provide them MSCs, PhDs, but also other professional trainings. We're a member of the World Water Council, and we think that this is important because we do think that water is one of the major issues, especially if we want to achieve all of the Sustainable Development Goals that are supported actually by a good situation and condition of the water we have available. We think that in a lot of countries there's a big need of education, training of water professionals to ensure that the investments that we're doing on infrastructure and water treatment plants and other investments are also ending up in a situation where they're being used in a proper way and where maintenance and operation of those important infrastructures are also taken care of. It's important to strengthen the governance in the different countries. So we're collaborating with partners, and we think that with the other members of the World Water Council, we can make a difference and improve the world by working on water.
Bonjour, je suis Alexandra Suarez. Je suis directrice en charge des institutions financières internationales pour le développement au sein du groupe Suez. Je représente aujourd'hui la Fédération professionnelle des entreprises de l'eau. qui siège au Conseil des gouverneurs du Conseil mondial de l'eau. Le Conseil mondial de l'eau est une plateforme idéale pour nos entreprises. Ça nous permet de travailler avec des différents partenaires à travers le monde. Nous partageons nos connaissances, nous travaillons ensemble, nous apprenons les uns des autres et nous coopérons aussi pour atteindre les ODD, notamment l'ODD 6 qui vise l'accès équitable à l'eau potable ainsi que l'hygiène et l'assainissement. Nous croyons profondément que l'eau est un droit humain et nous plaçons ces droits et la réalisation des droits au cœur de nos valeurs. Nous pouvons par ailleurs, je pense que c'est important de le dire, promouvoir des valeurs communes au sein du Conseil mondial de l'eau. Un sujet qui est important est le financement de notre secteur. De nombreuses études ont été faites au Conseil mondial de l'eau ces dernières années pour nous éclairer justement sur la problématique du financement.
My name is Liu Yuanyuan from International Water Resources Association. I was president of IWRA, and I am working in the China General Institute of Water Resource Planning and Water Resource and Hydropower Planning and Design, which is the main technical body of the water resources strategy, planning, technical solution institute. In terms of dealing with water resource management, I think very important value we think is how to balance the human needs and the natural needs. Each river basin, each region, their amount of the water. Yes.
Cok, ada yang jatuhin nih mas ini. Kelihatan nih kamera nggak? Monyet. Mana tuh tadi ya? Podium. Ya. Coba lagi nih. Anjing gitu loh.
I wait for Alex to come back. So how is it structured? What do you want to do? No, it's very candid and a free-flowing chat. Okay. Hello and welcome to World Water Council Pavilion. It's great to have all of you here. I know it's post-lunch, but we promise we make this interesting for you because it's all about money. I'm Karishma, and I work with the World Water Council. I take care of the youth project, and today I'm going to be moderating this session for you all. We're going to make this candid. We're going to keep this free-flowing. So if you have any questions, you're free to ask. And I'm joined by a stellar group of panelists. They're here to help you understand on and decode what the hindrances on water financing are. I am joined by Sophie Tremollet from OECD. I have Alex Money from University of Oxford and Naomi Noel from the Nature Conservancy. And before we begin this and try and understand what really keeps water and what keeps some kind of distance and space between water and financing, I'm going to call Franz Rojas, who is from CAF and also the chair of the WWC Task Force on Financing Water, to give his opening remarks.
Well, thank you very much, Karishma. It's a pleasure to be here. As Karishma said, I work in one of the development banks, that is CAF, the Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, but I also work I've been supporting the World Water Council in the Task Force on Financing since 2019. And well, in the previous period, we have produced 2 pieces of work that I invite you to read. Mostly the 2 main authors of those pieces of work are here because Alex Money was in charge of one of the pieces of work about discussing attributes on blended finance, that word that we've been listening many times, but independently of what it means, how to identify common attributes, and there was an interesting discussion identifying 10 attributes. So you can download that publication from the website of the World Water Council. And the second piece of work was about nature-based solutions and investor's guide that Sophie Tremollet was very involved in that paper. So I'm very glad to have them here, and also to have Naomi. She's an expert from TNC, and we're going to have an open discussion about the main constraints, perhaps, and ways to move forward in terms of financing. We all know, or perhaps I guess you all know, that we need to increase financing, but let us think if it's only a matter of financing or which are the aspects, and if so, which would be the main factors hindering or affecting to increase financing for the water sector. So I prefer to listen to the experts, so now I leave the floor to Karishma.
Thank you, Franz. You know, there's no silver bullet that we could solve this problem quickly, but the fact that there have been some synergies created and there's a paradigm shift in bringing more and more policies to make reforms comfortable in order to bring more and more money in the water sector for the infrastructure purpose. But I'm going to start off with a question, and this goes to Alex. Evidently, Alex, there are challenges, and this is something you've been working on for long. Tell us, what is the situation on ground? Because if I see it from the economy perspective, there is money. There is definitely money, and this money is somewhere lost in this whole demand and supply economic gap.
Well, thank you, Karishma, and thank you for finding time, everybody, on day 4 of a tough week to keep going. So thanks for coming along. So we're going to do a candid chat, aren't we? So I'm part of a university, so I can get away with saying things that other people can't. I want to take up, to answer your question, I want to take apart 3 what I consider misconceptions about financing water. So when people say, you know, it's difficult to mobilize finance, they give normally one of these 3 reasons. Reason 1, you can't. Most water is not bankable. You can't. It's not investable. That's a commonly recited factor. 2, there's no political will to mobilize the finance. Actually, let me start. I'll start with the first one, then work through. So when people say there's it's not investable, it's not the question that it's not investable. The question is how the returns accrue to water are not always directly financially materialized from the investment. So investment in water infrastructure can deliver environmental returns, economic returns, societal returns. But these are often externalities, which is to say the benefit is generated, but they don't always generate to the provider of the capital. But that is a different point, right? If you had a framework, or you had the mechanisms, or you had the capabilities, or whatever it is, to recognize and identify those returns, it's not that the sector is uninvestable, it's just we lack the capabilities and capacity to internalize what those external benefits are. And that's a different problem. It's not a lack of investability, it's a lack of a mechanism or a system, to capture that. Number one. Number 2, political will. There's no political will. What do politicians want to do? They want to be re-elected, surely. There is nothing more electorally compelling than being able to deliver improved water and sanitation services. It's the most universal thing you can do. So it's not that politicians somehow don't get it or they don't want to do it. It may be difficult, but there is certainly not a lack of political will to actually deliver improved water services. And then the third thing that people say about water is, the financing could be there, but the problem is we lack the innovative financial instruments to mobilize the money. We lack the innovation. I can tell you, I've spent 20 years in the financial services sector. Finance guys, if there's money involved, they're perfectly innovative, right? There's no shortage of innovative capacity. The issue is more, how do you get a recognition of the value of water that is not reflected in price? And this is the key challenge with water, is that unique amongst all of the commodities and resources, the relationship between price and value is the most difficult in the case of water. But this isn't a problem that can't be fixed, right? We know that for an individual, you need a certain amount of water to hydrate yourself, to cook, for hygiene, whatever. And then after that, the additional units of water are less valuable to you because you derive less utility, as the economists say, from the water. Fine. If you're a business and you're making something, or you're mining something, and you're using water, the value profile is completely different because every additional unit of water you use still has quite high value because you're using that to make a project or make a profit. And so what we need to have is a different way that recognizes that the value of water is different for different users, and then to reflect that differential in pricing. So different prices for different users that reflect the utility of the water, the value of the water to them. At the moment, nearly all models of pricing in water are volumetric. So you pay by volume. Maybe you pay a bit more if you're using a lot or you're using it in the dry season. But that's still the wrong approach. You need to move from a volume-based approach to pricing to a value-based approach to pricing. So this is the work that I think is the way forward, and then to get out of this cycle of where we are. But to keep going back to saying no political will, not investable, no innovation, is mischaracterizing the problem, in my opinion. Thanks.
While you did present, of course, of the tripartite challenges, I'm going to pick the second one where you spoke about the political will. Where do you see is the gap? Is it with the governments and the state leaders not being able to put their proposals in the right way, or is it the way water reforms have been made across countries?
I have to tell you that the best answers you'll get to questions like that are from people in the back row here who spend every day of their lives working with local government. So I'd be much more interested in their answer. But I mean, my answer to that is that what are the options that are open to governments in the context of whatever their budgetary position is or whatever else it is? In some cases, it's the lack of a clear playbook as to what they can do, and that's where the opportunities are. You know, it's to support and facilitate how governments can implement and execute a plan. But you will get a much better answer from operational people, like the team at Oduma at the top. So I hope we'll go to them and ask them, because they are very. This is what they do every single day of their lives in the most challenging countries in the world.
Great. We will definitely come to that, but I'm going to try and relate. Before I go to you, Naomi, Sophie, you've been an economist, a senior economist also with the World Bank. I'm going to try and relate that political point. Do you think there is a problem with compliance in ways that funds are distributed by international fund institutions to countries? Is there a lot of parameters to consider? For example, GDP is one of the biggest ways that a country's health is analyzed, and that could somewhere impact where the funds have to go specifically in the water or the climate sector. Do you think that needs some modification?
Okay. I think, I mean, you refer to GDP as percentages. Definitely, we need to augment the percentage of GDP that is dedicated to water, because right now this is really low. It's it's anywhere between 1 to 2% of GDP. When if you compare with health sector, for example, it could be 8% or 10%. So it needs to be increased, and we need to make, to the point of Alex that Alex was making, make the case for greater investment in water, because it is impacting the cost of not dealing with water can be much more substantial. So effectively what we need to articulate is what would be, including in percentage terms of GDP, what would be the cost of inaction of not doing enough on water. It's not only in terms of access to water, so we can measure what would be the losses in terms of health costs, in terms of days of work that are lost, productivity losses, but also, of course, the environmental costs and the cost to the economic sectors that depend on water. So we're getting now in many countries in stages where water scarcity or floods or pollution is hitting so hard that companies are already seeing the impact on their business. So that we can measure, and that's one thing that, at the OECD, we are an organization that works on policy making and advising governments on how to conduct policy. We want to make a greater case for water by looking at, for example, how much do extractive companies or how much do agribusiness companies, how much do ICT companies depend on water? What is at risk if we don't invest sufficiently? The whole energy transition is dependent on water, because to build batteries for, you need lithium, you need lithium mines, etc. So all of this needs to be much more explicit, so that we can make the case for financing water and make them realize that it is so crucial to our economies. Yeah.
So you do agree that there could be some kind of modifications with the compliance and process to make a smoother flow?
I mean, in terms of the way money flows, so there's, World Bank report that just came out that showed that there is funding that goes to the water sector, but there's an issue with disbursement capacity and capacity to manage the funds. In my opinion, it's also because there's been a strong emphasis on investments, but there's not enough emphasis on building the systems, building the staff, building the ability to absorb that money, which is a key issue. I mean, I was talking, to our colleagues who are working in Benin. So it happens that I was on the government side when we defined a program of investment for investing in rural water in Benin. And so there's a lot of money that is going into systems, making systems happen. The operations has been contracted to private operators, but on the government side, you just don't have enough people to make it happen quickly enough. So the targets were very ambitious. There's strong political will, there's strong systems, capacity, but you just don't have enough people in government to make it happen at the pace that we want. And for me, that's an issue because, many donors would not want to fund staff, and governments need to fund staff, need to have enough people in order to not only plan, but also supervise, monitor. There's a lot of essential government functions that need to be carried out in order to be able to have, what you're saying, compliance or process money flowing in the right way. Yeah.
Great. Naomi, just to forward to that, you've had a lot of experience in the agri and rural development sector. Tell me a bit, do you see this as a challenge that when the funds are flowing, they probably don't flow to the right spot? For example, a huge gap between projects to be invested in urban or rural areas. For urban, usually the voices are stronger because of the presence of infrastructure and the presence of people, but with rural, it takes a step more to get there.
Yeah, so actually, as you said, there's always a sense of emergency to invest in cities because that's where most people are concentrated, and when there are problems linked to water security, that's where they have the most impact. If you look at the number of people that are impacted, so there's a tendency to invest first in urban city and to neglect a bit rural areas. And if you look at the figures and you look at the size of the territories, there's much more funds flowing to cities rather than rural areas. But when you think at what are the source of the challenges, where are the areas when you can actually, try to intervene to prevent them, there's a lot of things to do in rural areas. So, for example, everything you can do, like protecting watershed upstream, which are actions that we know have an impact on water quality and water quantity upstream, is always something that much more harder to fund when it's often the most cost-efficient solution that you can implement to prevent, for example, flooding or water quality issues down in the cities. This is obviously one.
Yeah, and I must tell you that with the amount of places that you have visited, with the kind of projects that you have done in the last few years, isn't it ironic that agriculture does not have priority to get funding, like water financing, but the same agriculture, when gets transformed and converted into a full product, which is food, and goes to urban cities, they get that priority?
Yeah. It's true. I think in the modern societies, sometimes it's like in between where and how the food is produced and what you need to do that in a sustainable way, and the food that consumers actually get access to in urban areas, this link is less and less visible and tangible. So that's somehow ironic because obviously everybody needs food, everyone wants good quality food, and also everybody wants nice landscapes, but not everyone is prepared to pay the price for that.
Right. Thank you. When we started this discussion, I said that there is money, but the money is not. But the money is somewhere stuck between the demand and supply curve. And France just told me, no. Where is the money? So, Alex, I ask you, where is the money? Because you said you will take tough questions, so these are the questions. I know it's in your surname, but besides that.
When you, Karishma, help us with that question. When you mean, where is the money? What do you mean by the question?
Sophie, World Bank has money, right? You've worked there. IMF has money. Look at them. They're helping around. There is money, but I think there is a gap of communication in getting that money to the right spots. I mean, I come back to my questions. There is a lot of compliance. It's not an easy process out.
I'm just trying to think about how to answer the question. I mean, when you say there is a lot of money, I mean that yeah, there's lots of money. You know, there's lots of money in the world, I suppose. But I mean, you know, you have money has a price, right? So you have to take the money out of a bank. The bank is paying you interest. You have to take it out of the bank, so stop getting interest and put it somewhere else. Now, to put it somewhere else, you have to get not just that interest, but you have to get more than that interest,
Yes.
because leaving it in the bank is a safer place. So, when not to oversimplify this, but that is the challenge of financing anything, whether it's construction or anything you want, and water. The historical challenge with water is that there is in the literature anyway, the risk-adjusted return, to be a bit jargony, is too low relative to the cost of the capital, which is just basically to say people would prefer to leave their money in a bank getting interest or in another project which has a higher return relative to the level of risk. So I sometimes think water people just don't understand. Not they don't understand. I don't think finance people communicate how finance works. Money will fly into water if the risk-adjusted return was higher than the weighted average cost of capital. That's just 101 finance. So the reason the money isn't flowing is because the actual or perceived risk, or the actual or perceived return, or the combination of both of those, is lower than alternative homes for that money. So the way to address the question that you're asking is either the return has to be increased, the risk has to be lowered, or the alternatives have to be less attractive. So one of those three things has to happen. The status quo is not going to change it. However much money there is in the world, that isn't how money works, right? It needs a return. So people like Naomi, Sophie, me, Franz, this is where we've spent our time trying to work. So a lot of Sophie's been writing about, I've learned from Sophie from years and years. She wrote many of the frameworks to help us think about, well, what is it in what we call the enabling environment to reduce those risks, or reduce the perception of those risks. And then people like Franz and the work that he does with CAF, etc., is trying to identify how can you optimize and maximize the return or the development impact from a project to justify the investment, because sometimes it may not be just the financial return. What banks like CAF do is they look for additionality. So in addition to making the financial transaction, they're looking for the economic or societal or environmental or welfare benefit that derives from that project. And if they can identify those returns, then the shareholders in their bank will be more willing to advance the money for those projects. So what all of us who work in water and finance and then there will be obviously the environmental returns on investment, which is something that TNC has consistently invested on through water funds and all sorts of things. But in simple terms, all this conversation comes down to is that, right? All of us are working to try to understand how to improve the risk-adjusted return on investments in water, wastewater, sanitation, upstream and downstream services. The fact that the world has a lot of money is neither here nor there in terms of financing water. It's like an irrelevant thing to think about. All we need to be thinking about is those frameworks of risk-adjusted return and distinguishing between actual risk and perceived risk, because often the risk of the unknown is a deterrent for investment as opposed to an actual like currency risk or political risk and so on. So that's what this discussion is really about. And maybe people like me should be doing a better job in trying to explain or demystify whatever finance is. But I really don't think it's that complicated. It's just that it's difficult. Or at least we haven't been as successful as the world expects us to be, given the fact that SDG 6.1 and 6.2 look pretty challenging today. So that's the context. Karishma, I don't want to take over your job as moderator, but I would love to get some real world applied experience from some of these questions, if possible. Others may want to talk about it, but if either Michael or Thierry are happy to say something about your perspectives on this issue of financing and water from the work that you do, and say who you are as well a bit.
Thank you. We are a private operator acting in Africa in several countries, and we are managing a water system in rural areas. And it's true that financing is a real issue, especially for if you design a model on which the operator should make a viable business model, and you take into account capex and opex, then you very quickly are in front of a wall you cannot go through. And there is money. I agree. The problem is how to mobilize that money. There is an issue of de-risking. That is true, and for me that's the most important issue to go through. But you mentioned also political will, because once you've signed the contract, you have been able to get the money and to implement your project, you need support from political government. I mean, you really need it, because you are changing the rules. And if you don't have the support from the government, you are lost. And I come back to what you said, Alex. In politics, people are saying, we all know what we have to do. The problem is how to be re-elected if we do it. And that's the issue. But somehow I still call it political will. You have the power, you know what you have to do, but you don't do it because it will not serve your own interest. So, and in Benin we have the case where we have a real political will. They want to change the things, and they are taking all the risks to change the rules. And that is how we can move forward. And that is a real model for me for the other countries. And if you do that, you also give confidence to the donors, because you prove that you really want to change the things and to implement a new model in this field of rural water supply sector. And it will also attract money to the sector, and you may even design new systems to de-risk this money coming from also private investors. That's what we are trying to do, and Benin for us is a real starting point to duplicate the model in other countries.
Just maybe one additional comment. You speak about the value, additional value that should be given to water. I fully agree, but I would just state a simple and pragmatic thing. The real price to water is also an issue, and it's very related to political posture.
Thank you so much. Sophie, I will take forward those points and also a bit of what Alex said. Clearly and evidently in the room, we see that political will is one of the central challenges existing, and it's something that cannot change overnight, because you are right, governments keep changing, motives keep changing, needs keep changing, and investments accordingly change. Do you think this could be one of the reasons that various instruments of water financing did not pull off to the best hope, like blended financing?
What's your question exactly? Sorry.
Do you think that low political will could be one of the reasons that various tools and techniques of financing water don't? Yeah.
Okay, I mean, the low political will is across the board in terms of reforms, right? So one of the, I mean, when we talk, the typical sequence we talk about when talking about maximizing the amount of funding going into the sector is really to start with the fundamentals, right? So the fundamentals are there, you know, how much money can you gain by improving the efficiency of your system? If you have water losses which are 80%, then, you know, you are paying for electricity to treat that water, to pump it across the network, etc. You can save money by reducing your losses down to a more acceptable level. And then the second thing is tariff, because, you know, if you improve the quality of your service, then that means that you have a license, in theory, to charge a little bit more for your service. You can't do it if your service is lousy, but if your service is decent, then you can start being able to charge more. And that's often what we see. It's a well-known fact, but I'll just repeat it for the youngsters in the crowd, from which I'd like to hear more, actually. But in terms of what we often say is there's a willingness to pay, but no willingness to charge. Because as politicians want to get re-elected, they don't want to be the ones who have increased the water tariff. So if you start delivering a service that is more satisfying, then people might be willing to pay a little bit more. So that's another source of funding that can come in. And then you can, if you improve the credit worthiness of your utility because they have, lower costs, higher revenues, that's when you can start thinking of bringing in commercial finance that earns a return for investors. And the good news, because we like to talk about bad news in the water sector, but I think there are good news. There are, I've been working in the water sector for 25 plus years, and there have been remarkable success stories, including in this area of the world. So, when I first started, I looked at Cambodia, and the Phnom Penh Water Supply Company was a disaster. I had never seen anything that bad. There was, maybe 10% service in Phnom Penh. Now it's 100% service, or not quite that. Very low losses, because after the war in Cambodia, they basically had to rebuild the whole pipeline, and it's very well managed. And that Phnom Penh Water Supply Company can get commercial finance. Similarly, in Manila, not very far from here, in Manila there were very high losses, about 60-70%. They brought it down to 15%, and they are able to leverage commercial finance. So I think we really need to look at in a differentiated manner. Water is not a black box. There's like the utilities, the utilities can improve. For this, you need all these measures. You need to have regulation to incentivize them to do this. And then you've got rural water supply, you've got sanitation, etc. We really need to think of it in disaggregated terms. Otherwise, it's a bit too broad.
Yeah. Naomi, what do you have to say about this in the perspective of nature-based solutions?
Yeah, thank you. Because as a conservation NGO, what we're very much focusing on is like trying to channel some of the money which is going for water investment, even though we agree that it's not enough, to channel some of it to support nature-based solutions and green investments. We do what you mentioned. We try to elaborate very specific case studies to try to really highlight and show what are the benefits of those solutions and how you can give a value on the ecosystem benefits that you help maintain or restore, and how this can translate into economic benefits for water utilities and water operators, and so just to make the case and show that it's useful to invest in those solutions. And so one of the things we're doing, and I'm going to talk to Kath because you invited us, we're trying to help, in particular, development finance institutions to mainstream those NBS into the water investment that they support, because we believe that development finance institutions have a very important role to play to mainstream those solutions. So we know there are a number of barriers and difficulties, and it is still difficult to quantify, evaluate the benefits of those solutions, and also, we come back to political will. Those development finance institutions are demand-driven, so they only fund projects when they are asked to do so. But I think this is an avenue where there is a lot of potential to increase the funding that flows to these solutions.
Thank you very much. France, would you like to add some comments to that?
Not really. I'm enjoying to listen to you.
Okay, great. Now, before we go to the audience for Q&A, I have one last question, because I represent the Young Mission. And at the 9th World Water Forum in Senegal, one of our targets, youth targets, was to have an on-ground fund that could help the campaigns for young people to try and organize on water security and water scarcity. And this was something that did not really materialize, despite the fact that we were in touch with a lot of international institutions, because as I said, it takes a lot of compliance to build a lot of power at the high state level to be involved. What do you think about the role of financing in terms of youth participation?
That's a difficult question.
But you said you will answer all of them.
Yeah, I did say that. What do I think about the role of financing in terms of youth participation? Well, I mean, look, water infrastructure has this massive intergenerational footprint, right? You know, we're making. Okay, I'm going to answer it like this, because this is a conversation I had about 2 hours ago. So, this is literally the conversation I had 2 hours ago. A lot of us, people like me, are very privileged people. We're an international organization, international university, so we get to travel around the world to wonderful places like this, and we spend 4 days talking, telling people things, and then we get back on a plane and go. But when you look around, right? Look around this whole place. Look at the amount of work that has gone into creating all of these expo stands and posters and, you know, leaflets and brochures and hats and badges across this whole site. Think of the thousands of dollars that have been spent by different people to make this like this. And for people like me, we literally come in, do our thing and walk out. But I need to go maybe 200 meters outside the center, and I will come across a primary school or a secondary school or something where there will be hundreds of children who have ambitions and hopes and dreams for themselves as they grow older and in this country and everywhere else. Why they have to be inspired, right, by something. I grew up in a generation where we didn't really think about adaptive responses to climate change. We didn't even really think about mitigating responses. We just thought it was going to be fine. You know, they were still mining coal in the UK when I first came to study there. The generation of what you call the youth, I guess, are growing up in a reality where adaptive behaviors to climate change is their day-to-day reality, in a way that anyone over the age of 30 has never really had to think about it. And they need every opportunity that is possible to them to be inspired by what is possible, because if they listen to the news, all they will hear are reasons to be depressed about what generations before them have done to the planet. We have been pushing behind the scenes very hard for this forum to have days where students from local schools are invited in to come and see the presentations, to engage with the material, to talk to people. We're making all this stuff. It's going to be here for 1 week, and then it's all going to be taken down and put into a box. Let people who can genuinely be inspired by these things engage with it. And I'm very happy to tell you that we made representations to the Secretariat and to your organization, and they have agreed to do it. And so that tomorrow, if you come here, you'll see a lot more younger people. So it's not strictly about finance, but it is the point about we talk about the youth in a slightly, we talk about them as a sort of category. They're not a category. They are what this whole thing is about, because they will be people like us before too long. And this event shouldn't be really about people like us. It's fine that we can come and say all these things, but the most useful thing we will ever do is create something which makes somebody else who's 12 or 13 or 9 or 6 think, yeah, I want to get involved, I want to do something about that, and I've heard something or read something or seen something that's inspired me to want to do that. And this is a genuinely heartfelt, I really feel this, because you sometimes just feel, what are we doing, with all of this stuff? Yet there is this great opportunity to actually inspire others to do great things.
Would you like to add?
I mean, I just want to say that, I've got 2 teenage daughters, so I'm kind of in touch with that generation. And I have to say, I'm super impressed by the young generation in terms of their, creativity, their ability to learn. They also have tools that we didn't have growing up. The internet, you have everything at your fingertips. So effectively, the ability to learn and create is accelerated, right? And I can see that there's a lot of creativity. So there's a lot of need for AI technologies, for monitoring systems, for developing new treatment systems. There's a lot that can be done on the innovation front, on the social innovation front. There's also huge energy in youth because they know the urgency of a problem, but they also can, I think rather than sitting there and being depressed, it's better to employ your energy in actually identifying, what the real issues are. And I would agree with Alex. What I'd like to try and do is inspire people so that they can actually identify that, yes, this is better, more exciting. I can tell you it's really exciting to work in water rather than work in, I don't know, cosmetics or marketing or fashion or something like that. I mean, I have all due respect for that, but there are some very important issues where you can deploy your creativity and where actually it's very stimulating intellectually as well.
Thank you. It's hard to add to all have been said. I think, Alex, the way you presented things, and we've seen all those scholars coming, and I think it's great to see that it's not only us experts talking to ourselves. I think it's really important. And I don't have much to add.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? We must have questions because he's ready to take the tough ones. I just spoke about youth.
Hey, I know 2 of the people up there, so my question is to Alex in the middle, who I don't know, who made a good point, which is a difference between perceived risk and real risk. And one of the group of people we need to enthuse about water. One of the group of people we need to enthuse about water, people who are going to fund it. And how do we close that gap between perceived risk and real risk for investing in nature or investing in any other thing that benefits water?
Look, I think that's the question. That is the question of our time, right? I mean, there is a. Well, this is how I see it. So again, in my world in finance, the frameworks you use to understand risk, we're always looking in the rear view mirror of a car. So every measure of understanding financial risk is based on historic data. It's based on a pre-structured understanding of what the world looks like. I think in the last, in the last 5 to 8 years, in a very, very short period of time, our ability to understand data and information and derive insight that enables us to do different things has probably seen a transformation unlike anything since the Second World War. I don't even understand half of how it works, but I just get the sense that our ability to make sense of information that's unstructured, disparate, messy, noisy, complicated is going to be transformed by the technologies that are currently being developed, And I think that is the real unlock opportunity, because if we think about risk and we look at it through the rearview mirror, it's always going to be a pale imitation of the reality. I think if we can look at risk through the windscreen and anticipate what's likely to happen, like we know so many things, right? We know demographically where we're going to end up. We know the economic opportunities that can unlock. We know the pressures that we're going to be putting on resources in certain parts of the world to incredibly so much more precision than we did a few years ago. And that will highlight the difference between actual perceived risks. I think the bigger risk, candidly, is that we underestimate so many risks, right? The risk perception of what will happen if you keep with the status quo is a bit like the climate change debate, right? We suddenly begin to wake up to it. We haven't really woken up, in many cases, to the water risk debate. And I think where we are in this period of inflection at the moment is we're creating the tools and the capabilities to unlock that risk perception, perversely, it'll probably go the other way, and actually risks are so much higher in relation to not addressing the water crisis than people realize. But that's fine. That will be the catalyst to mobilize all these different actors, including capital markets, because capital is self-interested ultimately. So that's my attempt to answer that.
If I can have, thank you for your presentations, Amy. Thank you for your presentations and for the discussion. I just have one question that is related to the risk actually. What if, what part, I don't seem to understand what, sorry? Okay, like this, yeah. What part of the risk, I mean, is contextual to the country or to the sector itself, I mean? To the water sector or to the country itself? Like most of the discussion is about developing countries. So when we're talking about investment risk, is it related to the country or to the water sector?
Oh,
itself?
I see. I think that's also a very good question. Sorry, I don't want to monopolize this.
I think it's both, right? And effectively at the OECD we just developed a tool to assess enabling environment for investment. We have 4 dimensions. The first one is the dimension of what is the overall investment climate. So we're doing business type indicator. Then looking at the policy in the water sector, we went to look at the preparation of project. And then the 4th dimension, which is important, is what's happening in non-water sector. So are there subsidies which are harmful subsidies, for example, for agriculture that would, undermine your water policy? So you need to look at it in a comprehensive manner because water is so cross-cutting. And you need to look at, all of these factors at once. But I'm really keen to get a question from these ladies here at the front. So I think you should put them on the spot. Yeah. They've been discussing who's going to ask the question. There's some negotiation going on.
So you could ask that. Come on, it's okay. Yeah, don't worry. Go for it. No. Come on, you can do it.
Okay, we are sorry, we don't know how to say, but introduce us. We are from Udayana University in Bali, and we would like to ask you. Okay, we are from Marine Science from Udayana University, and we would like to ask you. Sorry.
Tell me the problem I will make.
I didn't think it was so difficult.
Oh, they have a really Gen Z question. In terms of future of water, do you think investments in technology could help in saving water?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that was so clear.
That's like 20 minutes for the question. I mean, it's a really important question because a lot of the technologies. I mean, you come from a country, and in Bali in particular, which has the most ancient water technologies on the planet, right? If you go to Ubud and the Subak system, I mean, we haven't been able to do better in hundreds of years than those technologies. They are, today they are still some of the best technologies in the planet. So, I think the water sector sometimes gets a bit overexcited about technology as a solution when there are probably other things that we should preserve and cherish and treasure. But I think you're right to ask the question. I think we talked about the role of AI and so on in being able to understand risk in the future, perceived risk. And I'm sure that technology will continue to evolve as we recover water from the sea or water from the air or all of these things. But I think you know, it's like you guys that are going to be leading. You're going to be the leaders of what happens here. And my only, you know, I'm getting old now. My only thing is to say, I mean, cherish the incredible technologies that your ancestors have pioneered, right, for the world. That technology was exported all over the world, and whatever the innovation opportunity is, it will build on what came in the past. It's not going to come from nowhere, because water is as ancient as we are. So, what are you studying at university? What subjects? You're all scientists, you see. So this is the great opportunity. You know, you're going to be scientists in a world where your thinking and the work that you do will be directly important to how my kids' future evolves. So I'm really excited as to how you approach these things. But you're coming from the best technologies in the world that were developed right here.
Maybe I'll just add something, because you came here to this conversation about finance. So I think, yes, technology is important, but also how you disseminate the technology and thinking about what your business model for that technology is, right? So it's probably a good idea to match that with something, because sometimes you have scientists in the lab who do not think about that so much. So you can ask about, you know, people who've done it as well. Take a technology and think about who's going to pay for it, who's going to apply it, how do you disseminate it, how you do scale it up, etc. So don't think too. I mean, it's great. You know, I wish I never studied science. I wish I had, but I think about the big picture as well would be my recommendation.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being a part of this. To our wonderful audience who's been participating, and it's been an interactive and intergenerational discussion. Thank you to Franz for giving us his support throughout. And am I missing a joke? Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We have a bit of a competition, but we will manage. Thank you very much. Thank you for... Yes. Thank you for coming. It is a pleasure, an honor to have you all here for something that is for us very, very important. We have been working in this multi-stakeholder coalition for accelerating gender equality in water since 2021. Now we will be launching our online platform. So it's important, yes. Okay, they will distribute headphones to amplify what we will be hearing. I think it will be much better. Thank you very much. So the headphones will be already on the channel that correspond to this session. So 1 minute. While we wait, I will present myself. My name is Laura Imburgia. I'm responsible for the Water and Gender Program of UNESCO World Water Assessment Program that is seated in... Grazie. I brought the fan club. Thank you. Thank you very much. So it is, as said, a joy for us to be here after these years working together with a nice number of institutions, of members, and especially motivated individuals. So once all of us have the headphones, I will invite Dr. Lydia Arthur Brito. Lydia is our Assistant Director General for Natural Science of UNESCO, and she has taken the time in her very busy agenda to give us some welcoming remarks. Lydia, thank you.
Thank you very much, and really it's very hard to compete with good music. But I'm glad because I think the topic that we are addressing today is so important. And I'm glad to see a few men here, very few men, because when we talk about gender equality, we need also to have men being with us, because it's a joint effort that indeed we can have enough women potential, human capacity, female intelligence to really lead us into this crisis, because we also have to recognize that during the forum there were messages saying we have to change right now and not waiting too long for action. So another man, so welcome Shabazz. I was saying that it's good to have men when we are discussing gender equality and in the water sector. And of course Shabazz is a big defender of female power, so well, thank you again and welcome. Good afternoon. It's really good to be in this session that is really dealing with the global cooperation for accelerating inclusion and equality in water, and the fact that we are launching a very interesting program that is this online multi-stakeholder coalition platform. And I'm very happy to hear from Laura that the numbers are always changing. So what means more and more members are coming to the coalition and much more stakeholders. So the first message maybe I would like to put forward as an introduction is that, as we know, 1 in 4 people lack access to safe safely manage water, sanitation and hygiene, so wash. So we are still very below the targets that we have put it to ourselves. And of course, women and girls, they are disproportionately affected by this lack, impacting their health, but also their education, and of course, productivity and engagement in labor and action activities. The second point that I want to put forward to you that is also striking is that, as we know, women often play a vital role in water management, ensuring not only domestic access to clean water, but also making sure that their families, their communities really have always water for their needs. And therefore they are central also to water management. Although, despite that vital role, we know that that knowledge, that action to really take care of these precious resources is not really recognized. And we know also that unfortunately women are significantly underrepresented of positions in taking decision on water management issues, and also being employed by water-related institutions. So usually, UNESCO has a wonderful program, the IHP program, the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, and we are always saying we need more women, but when member states choose their representatives, most of the time they are men. So luckily now, our IHP Council, it's a little bit more integrated, and we have quite a few women experts working in the Council. But for example, just to give you some data, only 17 of workers in the water sector are women, and much less in leadership of that sector. Only 15% of the water leaders, I would say, are female. And this disparity contrasts sharply with international commitments to gender equality, such as those aligned in the Agenda 2030 in SDG 5, and of course also in SDG 6, that really is promoting clean water and sanitation for all. We are taking the people that at community level ensures clean water and sanitation, we are taking them out of the management, of the decision making in this important sector. So in effect we are not being true to not only gender equality, but we are not also losing capacity for SDG 6. So gender equality is therefore essential for sustainable development, unlocking the full potential of societies and economies. Equal access to resources, opportunities, and decision-making power for women and men leads to more inclusive and resilient communities. And to be really honest, this is not only on the water sector. I would say also on science, technology, and innovation. We just launched the UNESCO Natural Science Sector launch on the 8th of February, a call for reduction of the gender gap. And part of the gender gap in STI has to do, of course, with education, the way we educate our young girls to think that scientists and top scientists are usually men, and many times white, with all the respect to the white people here present, and therefore they don't see themselves as possible future top scientists of the world. So the education system has to change the role models that they transmit since you are very little. A young girl, a child, a female child that thinks water science is wow, very soon she will say is wow, but it's not for me. So the first call is to say in the education system we have to say women like men can do top science, and we need women to do top science, and that's why also UNESCO have several programs, and one of them is the L'Oreal UNESCO program, Women for Science and Science for Women. Also, when we go then later to leaders in science and technology and innovation, we see very few women there. We see very few university presidents. We see very few female CEOs on tech, science tech-based industries. We see very few female CEOs for research institutions. And of course, we need to work also on the leadership and make sure that female leaders in science are also there and they have a chance. But most importantly, and that connects with the water sector, we see a lot of very promising female scientists starting their careers, but then they drop, they do something else. And when you interview them, when you talk to them and you ask why aren't you anymore in science, they say the work environment is tough for women. It's really a tough work environment. So we need also to change the policies and the work environments in our institutions in order to make sure that we do have opportunities for smart, intelligent, committed female scientists so that they can grow in their careers and of course they can reach also the higher levels. So that's another call, another point of the call, saying we need to work on the work environment and to make it more gender sensitive and much more inclusive and participatory. And finally is the role models. We also need to promote role models. It's very good. I mean, we also need male role models that really defend gender equality. It's not a woman's fight. It should be a humanity fight. It should be the whole society fight. So really, it's very important that we do that. And finally, we want to say that the WAP program, that is a UNESCO program, very nicely supported by the government of Italy, is really trying to bring this coalition together. It's one of the things that at UNESCO we are trying to give spaces that we can create indeed that coalition and make sure that that is important. I also want to recognize the support from the government of Slovenia because they have supported us with the coalition of being here, and without these partners and this commitment from these governments, both Italy and Slovenia, would have been very difficult for us to have that. So what we want with this platform is really a way of, an easy way and a creative way to share experience, to connect to each other, and Laura will present the platform that really brings all of us together. We don't have to feel alone, we have to learn from each other, and we have to support each other in the different programs we are doing. So again, welcome to this session, and Laura, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. And thank you for your inspiring words, so that I'm sure all of us welcome, and we will take for as an extra motivation for working together, all the members. Now, as Lydia was mentioning, the Republic of Slovenia has been instrumental for this effort of making this possible today, that we launched this platform. And also they have been supporting us in several other activities, like the first operational meeting that we had last year in Mexico, together with ANEAS Mexico. And unfortunately, Miss Ambassador at Large, Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Tanya Miskova, couldn't be present with us, but she has sent a pre-recorded message that I will project now. Can you hear? Do you have your maybe I don't know if a person from IT, from the council. Carolina, I will call the three of you. Ana Carolina Argolo, she's director from ANA, Agencia Nacional de Aguas y Saneamiento Básico de Brasil. Jen, please.
Hi. Okay. Good afternoon to all. I'm very happy to be here today and very satisfied to witness from the process that we are all involved to advance inclusion and equality in the water sector. So for me, I would like to congratulate the Call for Action initiative and for its role in promoting cooperation and in consequence dissemination of information to reach out gender equality. I'm a director of a water agency in Brazil. We'll be following the Call for Action initiative since the beginning. We have a very active committee in gender equity in the agency. And we are working to inspire our water system in Brazil to embrace this commitment. So we have an important role in Brazil with that. Our lesson learned in that time is to respect the time and the process of the people. We know that we don't have a step-by-step book, and this process, we need to understand our institutions, where we work, but we need to act. And is that what are we doing? And I'm very pleased to see this initiative, to participate it, for contribute with this process. Laura knows all the team in the agency. We have very strong women's commitment to the cause, very strong women scientists, hydrologists, geologists, ammogeologists. So for me, it's a pleasure to be a part of that, and it's a pleasure to contribute with these actions. I wanted to congratulate Laura and all the staff that are taking care with so much love and commitment of this action, and I really hope that we can use the platform and be engaged to spread the news and to talk to our friends, our female friends, our male friends about the importance of gender equity, and to inspire other women to be in post of management too. We know that it's very hard. It's environmental. There is not easy. It's not always easy, but we got to keep going. Got to keep studying, and got to keep counting with each other too. So this platform, it's very, very important. Thank you, Laura, and congratulations.
Thank you, Ana Carolina. Anna, the institution has been really fundamental in also motivating all the rest of the members. What they are doing in Brazil, integrating gender into their water management, is really amazing at the level of projects, but also policy. So congratulations to you. Now I would like to invite Ms. Petunia Ramunenjiwa, I'm sorry, so Chief Director of the Sector of Transformation and Provisional Coordination of Water and Sanitation from the Department of Water and Sanitation from the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much, Petunia, for being with us today.
Good afternoon. Hello. Are you here? Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity that has been afforded to be in this platform. And let me just say, protocol observed, and acknowledge also the absence of the Excellency that she was supposed to be here. Water, we know, it is a catalyst for economic development and for healthy livelihood. But on the contrary, this valuable commodity has got rippling negative impact. And that is why all of us are intentional in ensuring that we change that narrative. It is upon this team to ensure that gender equality is not just about talk shop, but it is about how we change the discussion when we have on the wash sector. We come a long way for us to be discussing this, for us to be agreeing on a number of strategies and actions, and I think we should give ourselves a pat in the back. And the launch today, it's one of the testimony that the determination is there. However, the hard work begins. It should not be about talk. Now it should be about how we see that change. I stand here today on behalf of South Africa to commit that we continue to support the work that fully, and as we've been part of the valuable lessons that we've learned and all the implementation that needs to happen, we are committing that we will definitely do that. But please allow me to just quickly highlight a few things that I think need to be raised. If we do not have that high-level commitment administratively and politically, we will not get anywhere. And that is something that, as a collective here, we should be able to push for it in those areas, in those countries where such is not happening. I always hear a number of discussion with full respect to those discussions around we must create jobs, we must open the space for people to take a leadership position. I want to raise something that we need to also be pushing, that in terms of job creation, let us open up the space for women to own these factories that develop the manufacturing. It should not be just about the jobs because you are employed. We must own the sector. We must be the one that are producing because we know very well what it is. But it's also upon the public sector, say in government, to ensure that there is that growth in those small, medium, micro enterprises for them to become big industries. And let us push our government to ensure that the procurement processes, the growth in industry allows for women to be able to take up that space. By improving the economic circumstances of women, we are going to reduce their vulnerability to abuse, the violence that is happening, but also in supporting them, we will bring in on board the economic development, but bring also the other sectors that are not the vulnerable to be to also benefit. Let us not falter in dealing with the complicities of gender mainstreaming. versus the cultural barriers. We know very well that there is a lot that we talk about sitting here, but in some of the countries, there are certain cultural barriers that still do not allow women to take up the space that we require. And it's a discussion that we must also give attention to. I want to say, seeing you here, all here, I believe we are all catalysts for change. And the journey begins with us. Let's go out there and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate also this joy that also our colleagues from Africa always bring. So this is something also very important for our collective work. And now we move from continent, and I would like to invite Ms. Nita Pokel. Nita is Director of the Pacific and Southeast Asia Water and Urban Development Sector Office from the Asian Development Bank. Asian Development Bank has been, in addition to supporting us, UNESCO WAP, with projects that include a very strong gender aspect. It is about training and capacity development in gender integration in water. ADB is also a member of the coalition, and it's a pleasure to have you here, Nita, for your message. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Good afternoon. Om Swastiastu. It's our pleasure. It started 2.5 years ago when I think somebody, I think Laura's friend wrote to us, and we were grappling. I work in 23 countries in Asia Pacific. Wherever we go, we want to say, are we progressing? How do we know if we are progressing if you don't know what you're measuring, right? What are the indicators? What are we asking our governments to measure? The utilities we work with, we support 46 member countries in Asia and the Pacific. Looking at this World Water Council Pavilion, if you look at the Secretariat, I don't think we will see we have made progress. Thank you, Lydia, for saying it's a sea of men, and there are 2 women on the side in the Secretariat. So if I may be bold to ask World Water Council to talk the walk the talk, and have more women, that'll be great. Because I think I'll be more proud sitting at this pavilion. But we have made progress. I currently work in the Philippines. Manila Water, I know many of you know Manila Water. The current executive management of Manila Water executive management is 57% women. 57%. Something to be proud of, right? Kazakhstan, a country we support, the government in their national water policy has a target for women's inclusion and in leadership. If the minister is man, the deputy must be women. In ADB, we've also set a target. We will have 45% women pretty soon. But so we have made progress, but I would again like to see, there's so many manuals here that I saw. If women are managing the water sources, the women managing crisis at homes, it is around 4 hours every day is spent in my region, Asia and the Pacific, where women and girls collect water and firewood every day. In India alone, over I think 50 million hours every day women spend, but our voices are not heard. So I think the exercise, when I started personally, it has also been my personal journey. 28 years ago when I started working in construction in a developed country, the foremen and bricklayers did not want to work with me because they'd never worked with a woman. I'm an engineer. They went to my project director and said, give us a real engineer mate. And good on him. I can't do the accent. It was in Australia, 2 hours from Sydney. He said, she's all we've got, mate. You want to get paid, you've got to go to her. So we also need men like him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. So again, together, thank you and congratulations. I'm forever on this cause. Every time I get a mic, I say, where are your women? Every country I go to, I get sea of men and my team. As a director, my team of international staff is 54% women. And I try to take more women if I see the utility doesn't have, so there's 4 or 5 women on this side and a sea of men. It's always a sea of men. And I say, where are your women? Next time I come, you want the funding? Make sure there are women here. As crash as that. So again, we can't choose words. We can't make progress without being bold and without rattling people. We can't be kosher, or chew our words anymore because it's too late. So again, congratulations. We look forward to continuing our journey together.
Thank you very much, Nita. And I will go a bit briefly and quickly because of time on a bit of the history of this multi-stakeholder coalition. So in 2020, after 25 years of the Beijing action for women, and this was for us an occasion to make an assessment on what has happened in these 25 years in regards to sexy segregated data, water data, but considering many diverse dimensions and areas of development: agriculture, education, health, human rights, WASH. And we realized that there was still a lot to do. We are off track to reach 2030 and the commitments made. So that was done by this report by more than 30 experts from different agencies, not only UNESCO, other UN agencies. World Bank was there, Asian Development Bank also supported. The colleagues and the different members here today were part of this effort, and we decided to launch in 2021 this call for action to accelerate gender equality in the water domain. So we developed as key objectives to really raise attention, call upon decision makers, leaders, encourage, spread the word, and also the enthusiasm regarding this goal towards accelerating, and with the approach of trying to be transformative. So we are growing as members. We are happy that a big part are representatives of member states. For us, this is very important. Still, we need more countries, we need more representation, because there is where we can do more impact, more action. We also developed, together with this group of members, a position paper where we define 5 key recommendations that we also submitted last year in New York in the UN Water Conference as game changers for the Water Action Agenda. So they are aligned to the Water Action Agenda. One is to include gender equal principles in funding. We need money, and we need people capable for implementing projects that make sense and that can have a real impact. Also, to narrow this policy practice gap. We have been hearing in sessions of inclusion, gender equality, etc., that there is this big gap. It's also in water. So between the policy and what's going on the ground. So that is very important. To foster women's leadership, to counter unjust social norms and stereotypes, and to collect and analyze and use sexy segregated water data. This is the core part of our work at WAP, but also, and I'm happy to hear that more and more institutions and projects really want to have data, to have information, evidence, to help design their projects and also evaluate progress. So last year, we had our first operational meeting of the members of the coalition in Mexico City. As I said, Aeneas from Mexico. and Slovenia supported this reunion, and we formed 5 working groups to work together on these recommendations, but from different perspectives. From the watershed focus for gender integration, local organizations and territories, promotion, dissemination, communication, academia and publications, and capacity development at a very operational level. So I invite all the members who hasn't yet been included in one of the groups to choose one or more than one, and to be in contact with us, because we are organizing many activities together. And one of these milestones for us in our roadmap has been to develop an online platform. The goal of this online platform has been to bring, even physically, if we can say that, the members in real time to share what we are all doing and what the individual members are doing in regards to the coalition. And this is what we are presenting today. Now if you enter, that it will be operational. So the multi-stakeholder coalition platform will contain, and already contains, all the work that we are doing, how to reach, how to get engaged, news that will be changing regularly about which the entire coalition is doing, but also individual members. So it's also a helpful tool, and we hope that it can be used like that for individual members to also make visible your actions, what you are doing. What if you are publishing anything, a document, a newsletter, if you are launching events, the idea will be to publicize it here. We also have the different members, the institutional images, their logos here as a showcase of what these institutions are doing in terms of gender equality. And this is one of, I think, the most interesting part of the platform. We have a map where all the members can submit their actions, their projects, under the umbrella of the multi-stakeholder coalition. And we locate them geographically where the projects are. You can click, and then you will see the information that this project contains, if it has a link to a website, or if it doesn't, a description of what the project is about. You can include images, you can include any knowledge resource that you are producing, and this will be shared. We have also uploaded all the video messages from authorities that we have received since the beginning. We have had ministers, even presidents, providing messages in support of the coalition. We have publication, news, and a photo gallery of all our activities, and also activities of the members. And of course, we have a possibility that more institutions, more people join the coalition. In this form, you can fill it easily. There are no financial or any institutional commitment more than working together. If there are more commitment projects, more involved, of course, are all welcome to work together on projects, but the idea is that we get together and we can do more instead of working in our own kiosk. So to open and to share things. So we have established a roadmap until 2030. This is a summary of the next key events that we are organizing. So I will point some critical ones. This year we are organizing our second operational coalition meeting that will be in Africa, probably Nairobi. Another important activity will be January next year. We are organizing an international workshop that it will be held in Italy, and it's a coordination of Italian universities that we will be doing in different locations, these kind of workshops. The idea is to continue having content publications, evidence that are important also to support what we are saying. And 2026 will be the year for water and gender, so the UN World Water Development Report will be around this topic, this very, very important topic. It's an opportunity. Let's all of us use it. As WAP, we're starting to work right now on defining the table of contents, starting all the process, of the elaboration process. This report, for the ones that are not familiar, it's published by UNESCO World Water Assessment Program on behalf of UN Water and the different agencies. So this is a great opportunity. It is the first time that gender will be the topic there. So, officially launched and presented. So let's use it. Thank you for the support, for all the members who have been contributing. And I, of course, encourage you to access, to join, and to use it as a resource. So, I'm not sure if the video thing is working. Okay. So we have a message from Patricia Hernandez, General Director of ANEAS Mexico. Let's see if this time we can listen to it. Okay. I think that this is Tanya.
Dear friends, I very much regret not being able to join you in person today. I'm in New York at the event where we will launch the Alliance to Spare Water from Armed Conflict. Throughout history, dependence of humans on water has been used in armed conflicts with devastating consequences for civilians, particularly women and children. Since January, Slovenia is a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. Protecting civilians by protecting water in armed conflict is one of our priorities. My country is rich with water resources, yet we know that only when everyone in this world has access to safe drinking water, this world will be at peace. In terms of gender equality, including in the water domain, my country ranks high. Yet, we know that unless all women of this world enjoy equal rights, we will not have sustainable development, prosperity, and peace. This is why, when it comes to water and to gender equality, you will hear Slovenia raise its voice and act. Gender equality and environmental protection are cross-cutting themes of our development cooperation. We recently adopted a strategy on mainstreaming gender equality into our development cooperation, and we will soon adopt a strategy on mainstreaming environmental protection in order to make these two priority areas operational and systemic. We're currently running 7 projects in Rwanda, Sudan, South Sudan, Bosnia, and Palestine aimed at empowering women in water management. For us, joining the multi-stakeholder coalition was a natural step. This diverse community multiplies its members' individuals' efforts through a mutually learning process and joint action. It amplifies visibility and advocacy. Slovenia decided to support the development and the launch of a community of practice digital platform to facilitate knowledge and experience sharing and cooperation between the members of the coalition. The range of good practices uploaded to the platform so far manifests some of the key actions needed to accelerate gender equality in the water domain: capacity development, gender studies, gender disaggregated data, gender integration, advocacy. We need these actions to understand gender differences regarding water, to guarantee rights to women and girls, to fight biases, and to ensure women's equal participation in decision making. Please share more actions and good practices to the platform in order to inspire and be inspired, find partners for future collaborations, and gain global visibility. Perhaps your action will be taken up by others and become global. I'm sure that today's event will be inspirational. I very much look forward to our joint future endeavors to make the water sector more inclusive, equal, and therefore more effective. I thank you.
Okay. Now we will invite our youth representative, new generations of women working in water. Eliana, representative of One Water. We will need to cut you a little bit, but she will share something that is very important. We said we are hearing the voices now of members and how we communicate and it's also as important as a word. So, thank you.
Okay, oh, that's really loud. Grazie, Laura. I'm going to go quite fast through this, but I would like to speak about one of the most important tools for addressing gender inequality and therefore achieving gender equality, which is communication. I'm sure we all kind of intuitively know that women, for many reasons, have less access to information than men. Oh, you already changed it. So one of the statistics that really illustrates that is that 2/3 of the world's illiterate adults are women. I actually thought that was a higher number before I looked it up. And there are many reasons behind this, cultural norms, expectations, structural barriers, etc., etc. And the list of disadvantages of not giving 50% of the world's population access to information is obviously endless and ties into environmental resource management in many ways. So, for instance, there are political issues. So, women are less able to get involved in environmental decision making. That means that policies are more exclusive. They don't take into account the opinions, the perspectives, the needs of women, which makes the policies less effective. Of course, it lowers levels of climate resilience. I guess this is more of an ecological impact because less of the population is informed of what's going on, and then therefore they're less able to find out what's wrong and to find solutions to this. And of course it perpetuates harmful social norms. People say oh, women don't go to university because they just want to be wives, and it's well, you're not giving them the opportunity to go to university, so kind of that's not right, is it? I'm gonna wait, what's the time? So I'll just whiz through this. So a way of combating these knowledge imbalances is through accessible science communication and just ensuring that information is available. Accessible science communication isn't necessarily look at this graph. It can be many, many things, especially art. And I don't just mean visual art like a painting. It can also be documentaries, right? So, for instance, in the United Kingdom, after Blue Planet 2 came out by David Attenborough, suddenly everyone really cared about plastics because there's a scene with the turtle and it really impacted everyone. So, you never know. Communication is super important. You never know what's going to happen. I'm just going to go. I'm going to go straight to this. So nothing really gets me as angry as period injustice about how many girls around the world feel really subhuman just because of a biological process. I think that's kind of gross, to be honest, and something that really needs to be countered and combated. So an organization that we work with really closely, Search for Water, goes, I think this is in Uganda. It is in Uganda. And they teach girls about their nature and a mango tree whilst they're in nature, which I think is really beautiful. And they teach it not just these are ovaries and this is the cycle. They teach it more as the moon has 28-day cycles. Do you know what else has 28-day cycles? Women and girls. And they just make it really relatable and accessible. I'm going. Yeah, we're good. And then they teach them, so this is a form of visual communication, right? The map, this is what's going on, this is what's happening. And then the girls are just really, really happy at the end and they feel empowered because there's a lot of peace in information. Even if you don't necessarily like that information, at least you know it. And this is particularly important because in many places, girls drop out of school once they reach their first periods, right? For many reasons, they feel ashamed because there isn't enough infrastructure within the school, or because in like more extreme scenarios and they are ready to be mothers. So once you give girls this information, once you empower them, once they know that there's nothing to be ashamed about and that this is just a biological process and it's not the end of the world that you start menstruating, it really elevates how you view yourself. And I think just being comfortable in yourself and your body is a real driver for change. So, in conclusion, science communication helps to address gender disparities and knowledge imbalances. And that is because knowledge leads to empowerment, which leads to change. So, never underestimate the power of communication, everyone. Thank you. Grazie.
Thank you so much, Eliana. She's our rock star, as you have seen. Okay, now I will invite our other member, that is Women for Water for Women. And instead of Alison, that is also here, I will invite Joanna, to give us also your...
Thanks, Laura. Thank you. Yes. Gosh, yeah, that's loud. Okay. Thank you. And thank you very much, Laura. Yes, I'm Joyce. I'm the JEDC advisor on the fund coordinator team for Water for Women Fund. And my colleague Alison is the fund manager. But instead I'm here speaking now. And I'm very honoured to be here speaking. We first met Laura and Michaela and learnt about WAP when Alison and I were in Stockholm in 2019 and learned about the fantastic work being undertaken around the gender and water indicators, of which I understand too that Francesca was one of the founders of. So, and I just say a big bravo because it was fantastic to learn about that and seeing such action being made on that. So yes, a very proud member of this multi-stakeholder coalition, global coalition to accelerate gender equality in water. It's very exciting, and just hearing from the different members here, but also on the other day, what day was it? It seems like a week, Tuesday, that's right. Just the amazing work that's being done in so many different contexts. It was really invigorating to hear, I have to say, invigorating. And I have to say also, we're very proud to be here, Alison and I, here today, because we also have this opportunity to represent our partners across the Asia-Pacific region, of which we have a member here today, Darshan, who's one of our partners from IMI in Nepal. And yes, so we're very lucky in that way, because our partners are at the forefront of supporting more equitable, inclusive and climate resilient systems and services. So there are many things to highlight, and I'm taking Elena's cue here with her brilliant way of communicating. I'll see if I can. But what I would like to actually focus on just very quickly is two things in particular. So first, Water for Women. You'll notice it's Water for Women. Though the last couple of days, people have stopped me and asked, why is it Water for Women? Is it just women who need water? I've had that on a couple of occasions. And so, yes, communication is critical in that aspect. So I think it's really important to highlight two things, what I would respond, and it comes back to what Lydia was saying, is no, it's not just about women. Gender, when we talk about gender, and this messaging has come up quite a bit, including from Darshan herself, in various fora over the last couple of days. When we talk about gender, it's often thought about as just women. You know, that's how we that's where we go. And it's not. It's very much about men as well, and men being active participants and leaders for gender equality. And I think, as Lydia mentioned, being role models in that space. But another reason why it is Water for Women, it's also recognising the systemic and structural barriers that prevent women from participating and being equal leaders in water management and governance and systems, etc., etc. So we've been hearing, you know, from our partners on various fronts, and this morning, in the session this morning, the different ways of why it is so important to support women, to bring up that level playing field. And we've heard, you know, from Cesarina in Peru. Cesarina was going to come today, but she hasn't made it. You know, women as water defenders and guardians. We've heard from others about women supporting women champions and being the game changers. We've heard about women entrepreneurs. So Purity, who made the point in our session yesterday, we must not only look at women as water users being passive recipients, and that's why it's so important to have a gender lens, but also women as service providers, as entrepreneurs, and being active participants in those spaces. And also learning about the multiplier effects of having women as entrepreneurs, as equally economically empowered, what that brings to families, communities, and systems and institutions. So I might stop there, but I do want to say it is a very exciting forum to be part of, and just looking at what's possible from what Laura just presented, we're very happy to be part of it. I think I'd just like to, a First Nations colleague and friend of ours from Australia, Phil Duncan, he often talks about the need to work and learn together with the heart, the head and the hands, and that's what I see with this coalition here. And I do want to thank Laura for supporting us to be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joss. Thank you, Alison. And I think we have two more minutes. Sorry. Before we need to leave, and I will give 1 minute before there is another session here to Kusum, from one other members, Women for Water Partnership.
Thank you. I don't think I want to make big comments, but I'd like to ask a question. These are all World Water Fora. I've been them in 1997 onwards. And we are still talking gender. We are still talking about getting money into women. And we are still talking about 50% of humanity. Why is it so difficult to make the numbers, simple arithmetic? I would like to say, if it hurts people so much, let's stop using the word gender. We just call it optimization of human resources. Perhaps that would get the message through. And as much as I'd like to say that we can do it together, but I think there's another group out there that we need to convince. Here I go back to the World Water Forum in The Hague. And that was one of the significant things that we came out of The Hague, but I haven't heard ever since, is accessing political decision makers. In the end, they do make the decisions. In the end, we do have to convince them. And if we are still talking gender, perhaps we haven't tried very hard or been very successful in accessing political decision makers. I'm very lucky. I have a 28-year-old water minister in Sri Lanka who is extremely gender sensitive. He comes for all our programs. But Ministers don't have to be dragged there. They should want to come there, and it is up to all of you to make them come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all. I see Joanna that is a bit nervous because I need to start another session. Thanks to all. Please use it, connect, join the coalition, those who are not members yet. Bring other member states. This is very important. We need political will, and it has been said. We also need to be all together and also to make fun out of it as well. If we enjoy it, we will do it. So let's do it together. We have done a lot, and let's keep doing. Thank you very much to all. Thank you for accompanying us. Can we have a group photo before all of you go? Maybe from here?
Dear members of the Multi-Stakeholder Coalition, dear friends, I very much regret not being able to join you in person today. I'm in New York at the event where we will launch the Alliance to Spare Water from Armed Conflict. Throughout history, dependence of humans on water has been used in armed conflicts with devastating consequences for civilians, particularly women and children. Since January, Slovenia is a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. Protecting civilians by protecting water in armed conflict is one of our priorities. My country is rich with water resources, yet we know that